We have quorum? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. My name's Ann Morgan. I'm the chair of the Toronto Police Services Board. I'd like to welcome you to this hybrid meeting of the board. Joining us in person, we have Councillor Lily Ching, Member Chris Brillinger, Councillor Shelley Carroll, and we have Vice Chair Lisa Kostakis, and we also have Deputy Mayor Morley joining us virtually. We'd like to acknowledge that the land we are on as we hold this meeting is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. The board also acknowledges that the Toronto is covered by the Treaty 13, signed by the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty, signed by multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Are there any declarations under the Code of Conduct for members of the Police Service Board, Regulation, or the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, let me proceed. I will go through the agenda now for holds and approvals. Item number 1 is confirmation of the minutes from the regular board meeting held November 12th, 2024, and we're going to hold that down. We have a deputation. Item number 2 is also review of implemented recommendations in police reform. We have a number of deputations, and we will hold that down. Item number 3, update on the Vulnerable Persons Registry, and we have a virtual deputation. We'll hold that down. Item number 4 is, again, a budget presentation. We have quite a large number of items, deputations to go through, and item number 4, 1 through 5. Item number 5 is the November 14th report from Chief Demkiw. It's the approval process for lease agreements recommended by the Toronto Police Service. Are there going to be any questions on that? Otherwise, I would deal with that now and ask for a motion to approve. I'll make a motion to approve, seconded by Councillor Migliori. Seeing no questions, item number 5 approved. Item number 6 is a contract as it relates to painting and decorating, and there is a deputation, so we'll hold that down. Item number 7 is the contract award to the uniform experts, and we have a deputation on that. We'll hold that down. Item number 8 is a November 14th, 2024 report from Chief Demkiw. It's to an increase to the contract with Eastern Construction Company for construction services for the new 41 division. Are there any questions on that report? Seeing none, I'm going to make a motion to approve item number 8. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Chang, thank you. Item number 8 approved. Item number 9 are the budget variance reports, 9.1 through 9.4. We do have 2 deputations on that. Item number 10 is the board's response to recommendations of the inquest into the death of Sammy Ateem, and we'll hold that down. We have a number of deputations. Item number 11 is the response to the jury recommendations. It's a report from Chief Demkiw as it relates to Sammy Ateem. Again, we have hold downs for that and deputations to hear. Item number 12 is the response, the police response into the jury recommendations into John Robert Morfitt, and we have a virtual deputation, so we'll hold that down. Item number 13 are the chief's investigative reports, and we have a number of deputations, and that's 13.1 through 13.9. And at this point in time, I propose that the Toronto Police Service Board move in camera before attending to any public items to discuss the following subject matters in accordance with Section 44.2 of the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019. Number 1, investigative matters. Number 2, operational needs. Number 3, labor relations matter. And we'll estimate that we will return approximately 12 p.m. and we will keep the public apprised if there are any changes, whether it's earlier or later. So at this portion, may I have a mover? Moved by Member Brilliger, second by Nick Migliori, and we expect to be back at noon. Thank you. All right, I'm corrected, and it's 1 p.m. given the number of items. If we are back earlier, we will notify folks. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And before we commence today's meeting, I'd like to inform everyone that we've arranged for a number of American Sign Language interpreters to be present to ensure greater accessibility. Now, to help the interpreter provide accurate translations, please first speak into the microphone if you're physically present, and make sure you speak up if you're online. And please speak at a moderate pace so everybody's voice can be captured. And thank you. And now, with your cooperation, I will turn it over to the board's executive director, Dr. Dubi Kanengisser, who will go over the meeting's logistics.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who has joined us in person, as well as those who are calling into this meeting. Please note that this meeting is also being live streamed on the Toronto Police YouTube account and will be available there at the conclusion of this meeting. Joining us in person today, we have the Chair, Anne Morgan, Member Nick Migliori, Member Chris Brillinger, Councillor Lily Cheng, and Councillor Shelley Carroll. And also joining us virtually is Vice Chair Lisa Kostakis, as well as Deputy Mayor Amber Morley. We also have members of our board office staff, services command team, members of the service, and of course, members of the public. Chief Demkiw is joining us virtually, and we have Acting Chief Pogue with us today. We have individuals who have registered to make deputations, both in person as well as virtually on our agenda items. As per our regular meeting process, deputations will be heard prior to the item being discussed and voted on by board members. When it comes time to do a deputation, those who have registered will be called on and brought into the meeting. As always, deputants will speak, followed by an opportunity for board members to ask them questions. Chair.
Thank you. Before we go into our agenda and hear from a number of deputants and various reports, I just want to acknowledge that 1 week from today will mark the 2-year anniversary since our Chief Demkiw was sworn in as the Chief of Police, which was a very important milestone for our board. I've known Chief Demkiw quite a long time, and I'm very privileged to work with him and the board as well. Chief, you've always exemplified what leadership means. Besides you and your command team, who are all extremely highly skilled, you exemplify what it means to be like an evolved human. You're kind, you're thoughtful, and you're a good listener, especially to the community. And you can see all these attributes, not only in yourself, but also in your command team that you've chosen. You've had so many achievements. I'm not going to list them all in the last 2 years, but you developed an unprecedented strategic 5-year hiring plan. You've reduced call times. You've combated the scourge of gangs and guns in our neighborhoods. And in addition, you had an unexpected geopolitical event, that being the October 7th war, that has caused you to deal with countless protests. But because it's you and you're that evolved human, you and your team have a balanced and principled approach, and you balance between the service's duty to facilitate lawful arrest but remain vigilant so that people also have a right to express themselves, and you also make sure that in this community that hate is not tolerated here. And also, among your many achievements, you also protected all the Swifties, and we had a very successful 6 or 7 days of Taylor Swift being here, which was not it was an unprecedented event in our community. And I can go on and on, but we can see how proud you are of your organization, and I myself had the opportunity to see you working sincerely and diligently to erase the stigma of talking about mental health issues. I was lucky enough to go to the Wellness Day, and your story's really poignant, but it's not just to the recruits, it's to all of us that work with you every day about the importance of prioritizing self-care. Also, Chief Demkiw, you connect with so many members of the community, and I hear it through voices when I go places sort of as an ambassador, and you've worked really hard to bring forward the voices of those who have not traditionally come to the table. And you do that by community events, you go on prayer walks, you're in people's homes, you're visiting the divisions, and I hear daily what a difference you and your team make. So that's just a short recitation of your, your successes, but I just want to congratulate you, Chief Demkiw, as you mark your second year of leading the service. At this point in time, we'll go back to the agenda, but first, Deputy Pogue, I understand you're going to update us with the monthly update.
Yes, thank you, Chair Morgan. Chair, as you know, Chief Demkiw is unable to join us in person today, and it appears that not even the Chief can beat some of the cold and flu symptoms that are impacting us. So, the Chief, we're sorry you can't be here in person with us. We wish you a speedy recovery as well. And I'll invite CEO Dhaliwal to start our updates for 2025 budget request.
Thank you, Deputy. So this month we have made our budget request, and I want to thank the team that worked incredibly hard on this. The budget team specifically, came together and came through with the help of many in this room. And a special acknowledgement to our friends at Analytics and Innovation, as well as Corporate Communications. We also have our city finance counterparts here today, and so I just want to thank them for their continued support and collaboration throughout this process. It has truly been a team effort. And so as the city continues to grow, the safety of Torontonians remains the service's top priority. Our members do an outstanding job at protecting the city, but to be able to deliver even more results, we need continued investment, including more police officers. The cornerstone of our 2025 budget request is the continuation of a multi-year hiring plan that allows the service to address core service delivery, including frontline and investigative capacity. In November, the board approved a motion recommending a multi-year hiring approach that will see 4 classes of 90 recruits join the service in 2025 and in 2026. This will make a meaningful difference. Our budget request is fiscally responsible and is focused on delivering results. Results like continuing to reduce call response time for priority 1 calls with more officers on the front line and 90 operators to get the communication center fully staffed up. To give you just one example, the volume of priority 1 calls attended in the first 9 months of 2024 are greater than the priority 1 calls for the whole year of 2015 and the same for 2016, 2017, and 2018. Despite this, we have been able to reduce average call response times by more than 5 minutes, approximately a 26% reduction for priority 1 calls, and we will continue making progress on this front. We also remain focused on case closure rates, disclosure compliance to support the court's processes, and keep Toronto moving through a combination of education and deterrence. This budget will allow the Toronto Police Service to continue its commitment towards police reform, modernization, pursuing alternative service delivery models, and organizational well-being, while also working towards achieving a community safety and well-being vision. We will expand the Neighborhood Community Officer Program into 4 new neighborhoods. And finally, another important pillar of our budget is technology. Investments in technology must continue to be at the core of how we modernize our service and create much-needed capacity. We have already deployed technologies such as body-worn cameras, video bail, automatic license plate readers, an online parking complaints portal, a portal to facilitate the public's reporting of hate-motivated graffiti, a digital evidence platform, data analytics, and more. We are moving in the right direction, and with your support, we will be able to go even further and faster. Thank you. I will now pass it back over to Deputy Pogue.
Thank you. As CAO Dhaliwal just mentioned, we are constantly looking for ways to leverage technology and find efficiencies. We have seen a good example of this during Taylor Swift concerts recently when we piloted a new tool for deployment. Let me begin by sharing a video that explains one of the ways we use technology to save time during a large, dynamic, and ever-changing operation.
The Toronto Police Service as a whole is working to streamline processes, whether it's on a divisional policing level or special events such as the Taylor Swift concert. What we've got here is a QR code that officers will scan when they come in, which will actually give them access to the operational plans and their specific details. When we access the operational plans, we can see the entire operation in one location. In this particular case, if I don't have a workstation, which I don't today, I can access that plan to find out perhaps where a person may be assigned to a specific location or where a specific officer may or may not be.
So when you scan the QR code on your TPS-issued work phone, you'll basically access the SharePoint site right away. So from there, you're able to get the full operational plan, radio channels, parade sheets, reporting locations, maps. So it's all right there in your face right away. With the SharePoint site, our members who are working the event, doesn't matter what your rank or what your position is as a service member, but also working the event, you now have direct access to your specific details. So it removes members having to seek out a supervisor to find out what their detail is. And sometimes that gets miscommunicated or misinterpreted, whereas the SharePoint site, it's direct access right away for our members who work that event.
So a lot of times operational plans are being adjusted. An officer that scans this QR code is able to get the latest version of the plan at that moment. So even if they leave this building and they go back to that hyperlink, they can then subsequently get the latest plan right up to the minute. This is another step forward by the service in order to maximize our officers' efficiency while reducing our cost.
So we will continue to develop this time-saving tool for future major deployments. The Eras Tour in Toronto required such major deployments. While the safety and security of Taylor Swift herself was always a consideration, the primary focus of the security planning was the protection of 282,000 concert goers and thousands more members of the public who attended the area to celebrate the Eras event. In policing, crowds like these represent massive soft targets that our deployment strategy contains sufficient personnel and measures to mitigate risk. Our police presence was highly visible and vigilant surrounding the Rogers Centre and the surrounding area, and we received many compliments on social media about the professionalism and the positivity of our officers. I can confirm with you today that the policing cost to the service during this series of concerts is estimated at $1.9 million. To put this into context, the costs required per concert are comparable to what was needed during the Raptors playoff games. The concert drew international attention to our city, the energy was incredible, and it was really inspiring to engage directly with so many women and girls. As the week went on, we saw a meaningful opportunity to promote the fact that we are trying to recruit talented women. With this goal in mind, I invited 25 women members to engage with Swift fans and talk about career opportunities for women at the Toronto Police Service. This engagement focused on fostering positive interactions that could inspire someone to consider a career in policing in their future. I'd like to play a short video for you here that was seen by thousands that said that we're hiring and Swifties are welcome. Taylor Swift has created this culture of friendship, of empowering women, and I brought 25 women with me, walking the crowd, trading bracelets, having discussion with women, and encouraging them to consider policing.
We need girl power!
The whole city is feeling this Taylor Swift energy. Everyone's full of friendship and happiness and getting together and getting along together. And our service has the same values.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Taylor Swift is really into mentoring, and that's part of what we do as a police officer. We mentor all the time.
So thank you. I'll turn it over to Deputy Johnson now.
Thank you, Deputy Pogue. Whether it's during concerts, sporting events, or protests and demonstrations, we continue to have a visible presence. Chair, as you know, our city has been experiencing increasing levels of hateful behavior. We are committed to investigating every reported incident, whether it involves mischief, assault, or hate-motivated or geopolitical graffiti. Hateful graffiti not only defaces public spaces, but also leaves a lasting impact on the community it targets. To help address this specific issue, we launched a portal to facilitate the public's reporting of hate-motivated graffiti. It is monitored 24/7 so that officers can be dispatched to investigate. Our hate crime unit now includes 28 members, up from only 6 a year ago. This unit, led by our Superintendent of Intelligence Services, is staffed with internationally recognized investigators and specialists in hate crime. Since October the 7th, 2023, we have made 189 arrests and laid 515 charges related to hate crimes. The members of the Toronto Police Service are, quite literally, on the front lines of ensuring the safety of our communities. We've increased the presence of both plainclothes and uniform officers during protests and have rotated command posts in various neighborhoods as needed to increase police visibility. As demonstrated by the numbers of arrests and charges, we will not tolerate violence and hateful acts. Chair, before we end our remarks today, on behalf of the Chief and the whole command team, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of our police officers, special constables, and civilian members who consistently step up when needed. As 2024 comes to a close, our members remain tireless. They will continue to be on the front lines throughout the holidays. They are protecting our residents, our economy, and the events that we love. Our 2025 budget request demonstrates that we have a solid plan, and we are ready to tackle 2025 with whatever it brings us. As CAO Dhaliwal highlighted earlier, the cornerstone of our 2025 budget request is the continuation of a multi-year hiring plan. We look forward to welcoming new members as we did at the end of November when we had the honor of presenting new badges to 91 police constable recruits. A few weeks ago, we also welcomed a new class of 54 special constables. Each of them will enhance our organization with a wealth of diverse life and professional experiences, culture, and languages that uniquely reflect the diversity of our amazing city. We were grateful to welcome them, and we will be grateful to welcome new recruits in the coming years. Happy holidays, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much to both deputies and Deputy Dhaliwal for your remarks. At this point in time, I'm going to go back to the agenda, but because we do have a very large number of deputants today, and we're anxious to hear from everyone and want to make sure everyone is heard, I'm going to make a motion that the board direct that the time allocated for each deputation be reduced to 3 minutes in accordance with Section 17.4 of the board's procedural bylaw. And just as an informational piece that was conveyed yesterday to the deputants in order that they could tailor this, because 3 minutes isn't a very long time, but we're mindful of making sure everyone has a voice. So I've made that motion. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Member Migliori. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, I will go to item number 1, which is the confirmation of the minutes from the regular public meeting held November 12th, 2024, and the board's budget meeting that was held on November 27th, 24. And we have a deputation. I believe it's Mr. Langenfeld, and he's here virtually.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. And I'm trying to share my screen here. I hope you can see it.
Thank you.
So, okay, thank you. Unfortunately, I can't see the timer here, so I'll have to rely on you to let me know when I'm getting close. On this last month there, okay. So unfortunately, there's a challenge here with sharing the speaker. So Councillor Carroll had brought up that she was saying that there was some requirement in the Community Policing Act that says that the board's policies are supposed to match the municipalities. I've gone through and tried to look at the CSPA here to find that, and I can't find it. So perhaps Councillor Carroll can point out what section that is of the Act. Of course, the new Act is almost twice the size of the Police Services Act previously, so it's quite possible I simply missed it. But I don't see anything that says that the board's, it seems unreasonable that a 7-person board that meets once a month, 10 times a year, is expected to follow the same rules as a 26-member board with a whole bunch of separate meetings beforehand, and then obviously 3 times as many meetings throughout the year scheduled. Meanwhile, regarding the October minutes, I had mentioned before that in fact, the approval last month in November's minutes or November's meeting didn't include approval of October's minutes. Apparently you did that before the meeting went private in camera. But one of the things I had raised in October and wanted to touch on here was that, again, the chief had referred the question of the 3 officers in the Zamir trial to the OPP to investigate, and it's now 8 months since that happened. The chief didn't choose to give any comment back in October on this, but I'd point out that it's not really only the chief's responsibility. In fact, of course, the Community Safety and Policing Act makes it the board's responsibility both to monitor the chief's performance, but also to monitor the chief's handling of discipline within the police service. And to describe that event in the worst case possible, basically we're talking about 3 officers that a judge questioned whether they had conspired to falsify evidence in order to frame an innocent man for murder. So I think we can all expect that we should be hearing something about what's going on with this now 8-month investigation.
Mr. Langenfeld, your time is up, and I gave you a little bit extra because you were having technical difficulties. Having heard from Mr. Langenfeld, are there any questions of Mr. Langenfeld? Thank you. May I have a motion to approve item number 1?
Madam Chair, I would like to comment. I don't have a question for Mr. Langenfeld, but I will make a comment. What I recall saying in the meeting was what we have heard, that there are some clauses in the CSBA where the intent is to try, and what I said was intent. The intent, as we've been given to understand, is to try and not literally match, but actually try and make the procedural flow of this meeting similar to that of councillors across the province, meant to be for community, so that community who monitor council sessions and monitor police boards can expect a similar flow of practice. Is there a literal section where it says that? Not to my knowledge, but that was their intent, and I applaud that intent, because I think it's easiest for the community if they sort of have a general understanding of how a meeting should flow when it's a meeting of a public sector organization. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's just my comment.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other comments? Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive the confirmation of the minutes from the two meetings? Member Migliore, second by Member Brillinger. Moving on to item number 2 is a report from Dr. Kanengisser. It's a 2023 review of implemented recommendations that are police reform. We have a number of deputations, the first one being Matthew Top. Thank you. Anytime you're ready, Mr. Tom.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Morgan, members of the board, Chief Demkiw, Deputy Chiefs Pogue and Johnson. My name is Matthew Tobe, and I'm here today as a concerned citizen and representative of a community deeply impacted by the shortcomings of our policing reforms. When this came about, this reform in 2020, when police reforms were introduced, we affirmed that Black lives mattered, every child mattered, trans lives mattered. But as we assess these reforms now in 2024, it is painfully clear that Jewish lives don't matter. Over the past year, hate-fueled protests targeting the Jewish community have escalated in Toronto. Disguised as free speech, these demonstrations have devolved into a blatant anti-Semitic incitement to violence and the intimidation of community members, particularly in areas like Bathurst and Shepherd and downtown Toronto. Yet arrests remain scarce and enforcement inconsistent. The updated 2023 report claims that 77% of the recommendations have been implemented. But how can we reconcile this with the experiences of communities terrorized by Jew hatred and anti-Israel sentiments? Hate crimes, defined as TPS, as message crimes intended to intimidate and exclude, remain glaringly unaddressed. Public incitements of hatred, threats of violence, these are criminal acts, and yet arrests are shockingly low. This gap raises troubling questions. Are officers sufficiently trained to identify and act on hate crimes? These criteria are consistently applied. Community members report encounters with officers who lack awareness of hate crime definitions, perpetuating a two-tier policing system that leaves targeted communities feeling abandoned. The consequences of these inaction are profound. Hate crimes ripple far beyond their immediate victims, creating fear, isolation, and psychological harm. Each unaddressed act of anti-Semitism emboldens perpetrators and signals them that their hateful actions will go unchecked. Toronto cannot claim to be a multicultural haven while failing to protect its most vulnerable communities. To address this moving forward, I want to recommend 4 key action items to the reform plan. Mandatory hate crime training. Every officer, from frontline responders to senior leadership, must receive robust training in identifying, reporting, and prosecuting hate crimes. This must include addressing unconscious and conscious biases that may affect their responses to incitements involving marginalized communities. Accountability and data transparency. The Toronto Police Service must publicly share detailed data on hate crime investigations, arrests, and outcomes. Transparency should extend to identifying which charges are being sent to the Attorney General and which have been rejected. The community deserves to know why most charges are not being pursued. Give me a few more seconds here, I'll finish up. Establish an independent review board to evaluate how hate crimes are handled. This will ensure impartial oversight and rebuild public trust. And lastly, partner with grassroots organizations to bridge the gap between police and affected communities. This collaboration will foster trust, improve reporting, and strengthen preventative measures. And I'm going to finish with this. Let me be clear. Calling out radical behavior and hateful rhetoric is not Islamophobic. It is a necessary step to safeguard our society's values and ensure the safety of every community. The Jewish community, like all others, including our police community, has the right to live without fear and safety. Toronto deserves a police force that delivers on its promise to reform, not just in words, but through measurable actions that protect all of its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Any comments? Thank you so much, Mr. Toe.
Thank you, Chair.
And before we go to the next deputant, I know 3 minutes is a short time, so please feel free to submit also, because most of you have taken the time and effort to also perhaps do in written form the submissions that you're going to make orally, and we're happy for you to send those to the board administrator. And we're happy to have a complete record of what it is you want to say. So thank you. And the next individual is Bovier Duquesne, and I believe that individual is appearing virtually.
Hi, how are you today?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Anytime you're ready to go.
Okay, I'd just like to say good afternoon, board members and attendees. Thank you for having me today. As an active community member and liaison, I attended the September 4th, 2024 Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Council committee meeting hosted by Councillor Chris Moyse. Councillor Moyse and his team are doing commendable work. During this panel, the local councillors celebrated the diversity and achievements of the Toronto firefighters and their former chief, Matthew Pegg. The Toronto Fire Services have accomplished diversity and equity throughout their ranks without additional city funds or extensive data collection, and are able to obtain tangible results within a reasonable time due to their leadership and preemptively addressing these issues. This committee continues to push for a budget based on a COP to population ratios, but little has been said about COP to marginalized and vulnerable populations. Increased police numbers disproportionately affect Brown, Black, Indigenous, non-binary communities, those living in poverty, and those with mental health and addiction issues. Given the history of the record of the Toronto Police Services in this area, why would these communities trust to be on vulnerable persons lists? Despite increasing budgets, media announcements, and ads, little is being addressed in these areas, and money is being spent in these areas. I ask, how can the Toronto firefighters handle many of the same issues with less bias, corruption, negative public opinion than the Toronto Police Services? If the Toronto firefighters can provide data, metrics, and service within reasonable satisfaction, why can't our police? As a journalist and public community liaison, I struggle to find crucial data and race-related issues within the TPS, such as metrics behind the dismissal of police complaints. If these dismissals are involving race, sex, gender, police violence, spousal abuse, and mental health, including intersectionality of these groups, this information is vital for marginalized communities and their safety, as well as to keep police accountable. If these metrics are hidden, Whether intentional or not, they prevent fixing these issues. If you agree that transparency is crucial, how can we ensure that this information is both available to myself and to the public? Thank you very much. I'll stay on if anyone wants to ask me questions or so.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any comments? Thank you so much for your input. The next deputant is Chris Langenfeld. Mr. Langenfeld, I believe, is virtual.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I had just a quick comment on this item. One of the issues that they brought up here is the question of consultation in the recommendations and those areas where there's supposed to be community consultation with stakeholders, as they're referred to here. And that's part of the issue, in fact, with these recommendations themselves, is that these were a set of recommendations drawn up by Jim Hart and Ryan Teschner back during COVID lockdowns. There really wasn't any public consultation. This wasn't brought before the board other than as an end result of here's what we're doing and what recommendations we're coming up with. And as a result of that, there isn't the community kind of buy-in in a lot of cases on these, and there's certainly a lot of issues with the way some of these recommendations were set up. And so I hope the board will actually consider going back and looking at these recommendations and looking at making sure that there is some community consultation and involvement in seeing where we're going on this and ensuring that, as Bo mentioned, that some of the information is available that the public needs. That's obviously one of the issues that didn't make it into the recommendation report. I cede the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld, and thank you for your comments. Are there any questions of Mr. Langenfeld? Any comments? Thank you very much, Mr. Langenfeld. The next individual is Derek Moran. No, and if Mr. Moran wants to speak later or comes in, we'll give him an opportunity to speak. I would like to acknowledge there was also careful, thoughtful submissions by a number of individuals. One is by Joyce. Second one is Nicole Corrado. Thirdly, Mark Grammer. And fourth, there was a submission made by Howard Morton from the Police Committee Law Union of Ontario, and these were all contained in your materials. Having completed the deputations, may I have a motion to receive item number 2?
I do have questions of staff and comments on the report. We don't comment on deputants, but I do have questions and comments now.
Please, go ahead.
I may not be the only one. We didn't really ask if people had questions yet. I just want to follow up. One of the deputants raised it, and it was where I made notes, is with respect to the audited recommendations on really showing our work specifically regarding consultations. We see that it was an issue of the field where you would actually put the consultations, record them in the drive, wasn't there, and so that it looks as if they're non-compliant, but then later they were put in. When that happens, does AQ&A go to look to find out where those consultations take place? How do we know we're not just filling in gaps here? Where do we go to look that we showed our work, is what I'm getting at.
The short answer for that is yes.
Yeah.
We do go back and we do confirm everything. We don't take management word at face value. No disrespect to management. Of course, we have to verify that everything was done. So during this project, we looked at a number of implemented recommendations, and we actually broke them down into maybe 8 to 10 recommendations at a time. And we worked very closely with the project manager. So we actually would take the findings of the first 10
And we set up weekly meetings with them. And we'd say, here's what we found for the first 10, and here are all the items that we are missing based on what you, either the recommendation asked for, or what you've claimed you've done in your deliverables report or on the progress details of the dashboard. So we pointed out all those deficiencies, and we asked them to go back. So they spent a lot of time going back to recommendation leads saying, hey, where are these stakeholder engagements? Are there meeting minutes? Are there dates of when the meetings were held? Who attended the meeting? Are there recordings?
Okay.
And so whenever they had something to give back to us, they actually completed that. We had everything in the table. They completed it. They let us know what information has been added, and we actually went back to check. And we would then say, yes, we're satisfied with this, or no, we're not. We're looking for more information or more of the meeting minutes, or we would always give them feedback to say, yes, we're good with it, or no, we're not. So we did that for all of the recommendations that we reviewed, and it took time, and that's why there's a before and after rate showing of where they started.
Against communities of people who look like me.
Somebody's being broadcast.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm assuming they muted. So you actually went to where my next question was going to be for you is, did you look at what is the quality of consultation? Because from the time this basket of recommendations was made for reform to now, their ways of engagement have broadened. There are a number of different ways to engage or survey or whatever. But you actually did look at quality of consultation as well, it sounds like.
We didn't look at it from a qualitative perspective. We wanted to see that the consultations were taking place, and that was at that time part of the scope. The quality of what was done during the consultation was not. It would have been additional work.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we would even be able to quantify that, or it would be judgmental. We could, but it would be very judgmental, and we'd have to get maybe additional input from management or subject matter experts on how that would look, and that would have added considerable time to the audit. So no, that piece was not done in this audit.
Okay. And were there are a lot of places where what you noted was that the documentation wasn't attached, and that has since been worked on. But were there any standout where we see higher risk? Were there any areas where when it was pointed out there was no documentation, we can't better populate the website because we don't have documentation of having how we went about enacting that reform? Or is it mostly a case of just not posting the documentation to support the check mark?
I think it was difficult. I mean, going forward, there's going to be processes to educate the actual recommendation leads and their sponsors as to what should be maintained. Yeah. The reality was at that time, I don't think that was communicated. So you have implementation being done, and people think, oh, I've implemented it and it's finished, and then they move on to another area of work. And the reality is they have to be informed that they need to keep that. So that was the biggest thing, that a lot of it was done. The documentation was there, but it had to go back and find it. So going forward, and shortly after that audit, they already started implementing a lot of the recommendations with the remaining police reform and the missing and missed implementation as well, ensuring that they were asking those questions throughout the implementation. What documentation do you have? What can you give us now? And we suggested get it throughout the process. Don't wait for the end, because you don't know what pieces have fallen off. And some implementation takes 6 months, a year, 2 years plus. So and things get lost, and recommendation leads actually change over time, and then you can lose some of that continuity. So we did recommend doing that throughout the process, and we're lucky that a lot of it was located. But it was a considerable amount of work to go back. So I think it was an important lesson that they're implementing now.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. And Member Brillinger had either comment or question.
Thank you, Chair. In the conclusion of the report, you note that the findings of this report represent a high risk to the service. Now, the report is a year old. Would you have this same conclusion at this point in time, or has the work done in the interim changed that level of risk assessment?
So a number of the recommendations that we provided in the report, there are some ongoing, but the majority of them have been implemented. I think 10 out of 17 have been. And they've been applied to police reform and similar implementations. So I think going forward, I feel more comfortable that they will be better supported because the strategy team has seen how important that is and how much work is required to go back and do that. At the time, it was considered high risk based on discussion with command and getting an idea of their risk tolerance. So we know that police reform was very important to the chief and all the command members. And based on that, we indicated that if we find things that are not properly supported or aren't showing that they're implemented properly or meeting the spirit or the intent of the recommendation, would you find those to be high risk? And they all agreed that yes, we would find those to be higher risk. So that's why the findings were rated that way. It's still an important initiative for the service. But going forward, I am more confident that we are making the necessary improvements to capture all that validating information. Great,
thank you. A couple of questions, and I think it's more for command team. The written deputation from Law Union of Ontario identified their second issue, that the use of force policy, there was a consultation, but nothing has come forward, or that may be a board staff question. And the other issue they identified was the posting of procedures.
Sorry, the ASL interpreter can't hear you well, so if you can speak up, please.
Oh, sorry. All right. So thank you for that. My next question, I think, is either for command or board staff regarding the Law Union of Ontario submission. They identify that we did a consultation on use of force about a year ago, I think, on a draft policy, and that there hasn't been an update from there. And the second issue that they raised, I was curious about, was the posting of Toronto Police Service procedures. Now, some of them, just by the title, I can understand why they may not be posted publicly, but just wondered about those two items.
So I can speak to the use of force consultation. We have analyzed the comments that were received on that and have been working on the development of it. This also came up in the OHRC's report. We're very close to bringing this forward to the board. There have been some issues that we tried dealing with in terms of how we will actually how the service will actually be able to implement some of the requirements that were included there. So we're trying to figure out those last few wrinkles, and we'll bring that in the near future.
Thank you for that. And on the posting of procedures?
So what I can tell you, Mr. Bellinger, is that some of these, as you say, are not suitable to be to be posted. A lot of these are in revision, and so we want to make sure that they're up to date before they're posted. And there's also just, frankly, a capacity issue for our folks to get to them. So there are some that should be posted. We've had a discussion around expediting that, but you can be assured that at some point we're hopeful that we'll have all the ones that are meant to be available.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a few questions. So I'm seeing this audit and I'm grateful this is here, and I'm just wondering the timing of it. When did this audit happen? And then I see that there's a lot of report backs that are supposed to happen or were supposed to have happened by Q2 2024. And so how do we then understand what happened between then and now? So just wondering what happened here, because it feels like the date of this report and where we are now, it's hard to understand, especially because it looks like there was an audit and then there was a opportunity to take corrective action, and then we're seeing it. So is that something that is part of the process?
I would like to answer that first before the manager has a chance. The audit was provided to the board office at the time when it was approved by the committee. There has been a backlog at the board office that we are working through, and we're hoping to run through it and be up to date by mid-year. And so what we received was in a timely manner. The delay is not attributed to ANQA. It is attributed to us.
So, given that we know these backlogs are happening, and we also know that these audits are incredibly important, that they're disseminated in a timely way so that a feedback loop can be built, are there staffing and budget implications to better support board team to be able to process these? Because right now we have a strategic plan that's underway, but we have all these audits that are also happening in real time, as well as the backlog. So I just wonder, in the 2025 budget submission, are we preparing ourselves to be able to better execute all of these important pieces in a timely fashion?
So in the past year, we've hired 3 new people at the board office, including, in addition to one person who filled a vacancy in my previous position. So I'm fairly confident that we'll be able to keep up with the pace moving forward. We can have discussions about other needs in the board office maybe at another time.
Thank you. And I have a similar question for the command. In the same way, we have all these recommendations, and then we want to make sure that you are also budgeted and equipped to be able to, because this is very important. Everything that we action here is going to improve the service. So does the 2025 budget account for the pieces here that include managing the recommendations?
So through the chair, the reform recommendations were kind of costed. Many of them are already implemented as the services, I think, response or report suggests. So by and large, it is mostly resourced. We are looking at civilian resourcing more generally and where the most pressing and urgent needs are. Should any of them relate to reform and modernization, that will be prioritized and internally reallocated if needed. But what you'll see in our status is that a lot of the reform recommendations are mostly done and part of regular course of business.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Councillor Carroll?
No, to speak. I just wanted to be on the list to speak. We're done questions?
Well, I think we were done questions, and then we had comments, and then there's some questions, and whether or not you'd like to make a comment or question, go ahead.
Okay, I do want to make a comment. I just wanted to comment, post the questions. And Councillor Chang helps the comment that I was going to make. Timing is everything for this. At my first meeting after joining the board was the annual update on reforms. And it's especially problematic to me because I was asking, it says here, this one's complete. How do I know that? And people stared at me in amazement. and yet we were already in possession of an audit that says there's a lack of documentation. I was told, go to the website. There's a whole thing you can look at. But I looked at it and it wasn't yet there. It is now. I checked when this came through. Many of the things I was looking for before are now there. But I just wanted to underscore the timing piece because, if that audit is there and you haven't had time to bring it forward, it might be that we need to say to the service, why don't you hold off a month and let's align these so that we're getting the audit and the update and there's no space in between them, because it was an awkward moment where I was asking questions and now I'm wondering, where the looks on the face, has she seen the audit or why is she asking that question? It was an awkward moment. And I think it's that timing piece that caused that awkwardness. Whereas if we have the audit in a timely fashion, if we're correcting to the recommendations in a timely fashion, not only do we have trust between us, but we really do have trust with the public when we're saying to them, you can find it all on the website. This could be a good news story if we enact all those recommendations, but we really do need to somehow affect that catch-up so that when an audit comes forward with some medium and high-risk recommendations, we're, boom, getting that out there quick. Yeah. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Any more? So thank you. So may I have a mover for item number 2, please? Councillor Carroll, and seconded by Member Migliore. All right, moving on to item number 3, which is a report from Chief Demkiw of the Vulnerable Person Registry Ombudsman Toronto recommendations. We do have a deputation from Nicole Corrado, and I believe Ms. Corrado is virtual.
Yes, hello. I'd like to give a comment. As a Vulnerable Persons Registry user, I'd like to say that the Toronto one is very difficult to use and self-register with because it's designed as an incident form, so it refers to the person as an incident, and it's just very, very confusing. You have to put your own information twice because it says information about you first, and then, but you is meant to be the person filling out the form, and it assumes that's a separate person, which is just confusing. And I really don't like that it refers to me as an incident. When I moved to Beaconsfield, Quebec, it's quite different because their Vulnerable Persons Registry is run by the library, and it's a printout form. It's really easy to use. Bay Durfee, the municipality next door, just started a VPR, and theirs, I believe, is an online, easy to fill out form. And I think that one's run by the city. I would suggest advertising it as a city thing, having the city run the VPR. Perhaps you could even have, say, the TTC run the VPR, for example, and you could have any VPR user get a free pass on the bus and the subway, because a lot of people who use the VPR are of low income. Many might be on ODSP, some might be of, just might be poor. So yeah, it's a good idea to perhaps consider advertising it. The city of Beaconsfield advertises the Vulnerable Persons Registry everywhere, at churches, all over the place. They're advertising their VPR. They advertise it at the library. They advertise it at the, civic center, at the city hall, at all the recreation centers. But I think you need to be talking to people who are actually VPR users, because unless you talk to users, you're not going to know how to improve the service. I would strongly suggest getting rid of CopLogic and switching to a service like Medical Alert or ifineedhelp.org or vulnerablepersonsregistry.ca. Those are really good formats that I would suggest using, or even use something like just a fill out survey, that one-page survey on the city website or the TPS website if the TPS want to still run it. You could also use SurveyMonkey or Qualtrics or even Google Docs.
Thank you, Ms. Corrado. Are there any questions of Ms. Corrado? Any comments? Councillor Chang?
Thank you. I wonder if the service could just perhaps speak to some of Ms. Corrado's suggestions about maybe doing a jurisdictional scan, or some of the platforms she suggested and the experience she's having, and how it might inform the plans that are happening right now.
Certainly. As we document in the report, we are looking at third parties. We agree with Ms. Corrado that the current solution on the CopLogic solution is not adequate, and that's in part driven this approach. We are going to be coming forward to the board with a proposal which will include a preferred approach, but also alternate approaches with alternate providers. And we will include in that a review of who is in this business that we could outsource to.
Great. And will there or has there been consultation with people who are on the registry?
So on the registry, we wouldn't use the registry to engage with people, a bit of a privacy challenge, but we would discuss the registry with our own consultation teams, including the Mental Health Advisory Panel.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Thank you. May I have a motion to approve item number 3, which is the report as it relates to the Vulnerable Persons Registry on Minden? Thank you. Member Brillinger, second by Member Migliore. And now moving on to item number 4. And before we have a budget presentation and a number of folks who are here today to depute, I just want to make a few remarks on behalf of the board. I want to express sincere appreciation for the effort and dedication you've shown in developing this service budget. I know from just being in the office during the fall and speaking to different folks how extremely challenging this process was. Also, I know that it takes countless hours, late nights, weekends, and a multitude of factors to meet the tight deadlines. And also, I know that the Toronto budget particularly is a very difficult budget because of a multitude of complex factors having regard to the city that we live in. We have so many challenges that any large, diverse city has, and as well as we've had unique issues such as geopolitical events and other events that have taken place in Toronto. So I do commend all of you for your extraordinary professionalism. Me personally, I'd like to thank, because over the last few years, especially where the theme has now been service delivery, for someone like me who is not an accountant or not involved in this in particular field, and with your type of expertise, I've found as a reader it to be concise but extremely digestible. And over the years, the board's been able to give some feedback, even in terms of amplifying the reports in areas that we need to have a little bit more information. So I do recognize that, and I sincerely thank you for all your efforts. But I'd also like to thank all the members of the public, those who are all here today, and they're going to come and speak and give their voices to the part of budget discussions, and also in the 3 meetings that we had, and some of you may have come to those meetings and also provided your time and your input, and we do appreciate that because it helps us prioritize what the community is saying about what they want in the budget. So having that, let's move to item 4.1, and this is the Toronto Police Service budget request presentation. And thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair, for the very kind remarks. We will so there's a few parts to this presentation. I'll very quickly just introduce it. Director Williams will spend some time on the operational context, and then William and Darren in front will actually go through the budget request, and then we'll wrap up. And so what brings us here today is a number of meetings that led to today. So we spoke about the multi-year hiring plan at 2 meetings starting in the spring. That's really where the process started. We then had 3 budget committee meetings. we had a third-party administered Toronto Police survey, asking questions around the budget and priorities. And then the city also had a consultation framework. And throughout the year, we submit our quarterly variance reports of how we're doing this year. And accompanying all this, we have a website that has line by lines from the last few years as well as now this year, the upcoming years is posted with lots of infographics and information. And so certainly we are committed to transparency and making sure that our budget and our disclosures are fulsome and that line by lines are made available so that everyone understands what is a complicated space at times. So the last few meetings, we talked already about the lead up to the multi-year hiring plan and the number of scenarios that we considered, and that was in the spring. We have spoke at length around the fact that our budget is guided by the Community Safety and Policing Act, as well as our vision around community safety and well-being. We also have spoken about the risks that we are managing around our people, our processes, the fact that we're very manual, and the fact that everything here, good and bad, ends up reverberating nationally. And so because of all that, we welcome a multi-year planning approach. And then what you'll also have noticed, I think, this year is that we're bringing more and more metrics to the board. And we're doing that in a way that us internally also are bringing more and more metrics to our meetings and really trying to rally around results and service delivery and what that looks like. And so if I go maybe to the next slide, we remain committed to modernization. This board report, the full body of the board report does talk about our cost containment efforts, our reform, civilianization, where we've done alternative service delivery, and where we can quantify it, we have in the report. In terms of the cost drivers and the capital program and the priorities, we'll spend some time talking about that today. And then if you look at the third budget committee, so the one earlier, the one in November, we recapped what our community budget survey results were. So this was administered through a third party, and it surveyed 1,500 residents representing all the postal codes in the city and talked about services, what concerns them, what do they want to see in terms of an increase in service, what do they want to see as either maintained or decreased. And we did a deep dive at the last month's budget committee meeting on the 54-55 capital program, because that's the most notable sort of change in our capital program that we've submitted. And so with that, I'll skip over the strategic direction piece, because I think just in the interest of time, and I will jump right into really the service delivery context and some of the operational metrics, and introduce Director Williams at this time.
Just checking that sounds okay. I'm going to provide a bit of an overview of some of the service delivery context, the things about Toronto that are unique and how that drives demand for our services, and some of the metrics which support that effort. As we know, Toronto is the fastest growing city in North America. It's also the fourth largest city in North America, making it essentially not really comparable to other Canadian cities, and there's only a few even with that in North America for which it is comparable. Toronto is also, because of its size and because of the economy and job opportunities here, quite a draw for attractions, major sports events, major music events. We have over 2,000 special events and protests each year. We also have nearly 1 million daily commuters coming into the city for work opportunities. Our city, of course, is complex in terms of the increased density, both vertically as well as horizontally in our communities, and the marine aspects to living on a great lake, Lake Ontario, add even further complexities to this. These are things that are really important and very relevant when we consider addressing response times, attending calls for service, and supporting victims of crime as well. We have unique and concurrent issues in gun and gang violence, which remain community safety and well-being challenges within the city, as well as human trafficking. Toronto is one of the most predominant areas across the country for crimes such as human trafficking. And these are some of the unique aspects of the city which drive the demand for our services continuously, add complexity in how we deliver services, and demonstrate some of the uniqueness of the city as well. I'm going to cover just a few different areas of our service delivery, highlighting some of the metrics that demonstrate the services which we deliver, some of the volume that's reflected within that, as well as a few of the trends that we see year over year. And so beginning with 911 response and patrol, we've spent a fair bit of time this year at these meetings reviewing our calls for service response. And last year, 2023, we had over 2 million calls come into our call center. This year, we're approximately 1.7. And although a little bit lower than it was last year, it's due strategically to a number of priorities that we've put into place. You would have heard, of course, some of our very public announcements and assistance to community members in making the right call. Our organization and other police organizations have worked with tech partners to address some pocket dial challenges we saw last year, where people inadvertently call 911, which of course ties up our call takers. We've also very strategically, again, increased our online reporting capabilities for things like parking enforcement or hate crimes. And these overall have decreased the amount of calls that we've received. We're also attending more priority calls. And this is a really important thing to note, and I'll get into more details momentarily. But our top priority calls, which we're being asked to attend, those ones in which somebody's life is frequently in danger, those are increasing in volume. And the ones, again, proportionately that are decreasing are those lower priority calls. And we have a number of key community partners via SafeTO, TCCS being some of those, which we work with to decrease those continuously. And so as we've noted throughout the year, our response times for P1 events are improving. So we've improved from where we were last year at approximately 23 minutes on average for P1 calls to where we are presently at approximately 17.4 minutes. A notable and continued improvement, one which has been driven through a number of factors, which I'll describe shortly. Our investigations and victim support, so some key areas which the deputies and CAO have already mentioned today, and those that we're seeing in this area include an increase in shootings and gun violence in the city. Homicides are increasing, hate crimes have increased again year over year, and our proportionately other areas in our response, arrests have increased. And another key area is fraud. So we've seen in 2022 to 2023 a 22% increase. This year alone, we've seen another 9% increase. And in just 2024, nearly 300 million in fraud occurrences being reported just in Toronto. And there's a lot of complexity, of course, in those cases. Things that involve investigators, they take time to explore and understand. From a number of perspectives, these require a lot of civilian support as well, specialized forensics support, property support, as well as other team members who contribute to this. From a crime prevention perspective, we increase our referrals capabilities and working with partners in a number of really key areas across the city. And in doing so, we've continued to make referrals to Focus. Our neighborhood and community officers make on continuous referrals, and our gang exit strategy does as well. Over 1,500 referrals so far just this year. In addition to that, over 255 SafeTO notifications, again, working very strategically with our community safety and well-being partners. And even further to that, making referrals from our call center to 311, finding, again, those most appropriate places for those calls to be addressed and those community needs to be supported. We have presently 224 neighborhood and community officers in 56 neighborhoods. As you heard earlier, we'll be increasing that as we look forward, and this is a really critical component to a lot of our service delivery, supporting neighborhoods, the unique aspects that those have, as well as other key connections to support investigations, and as we move forward even further to get ahead of some of the downstream challenges that happen. From a social media lens, we've increased our community prevention or community crime prevention activities and had over 10 million social media impacts so far this year. Events and protests, we've discussed a lot at the table this year. That continues to be a challenge. As we look forward, that will increasingly continue to be a challenge. Geopolitical events since October 7th, 2023 have brought over 1,800 events and demonstrations to the city. On top of that, we've had over 2,700 special events, music, parades, sporting events, things like this that require increasing resources from the service, our public order units, as well as some of the community policing initiative work, which many of our frontline members, including senior officers, are doing to attend special places across the city. From a traffic and parking enforcement lens, we have continued our efforts to increase and improve the flow of traffic, as well as improve traffic safety. And in that regard, we've issued approximately 274,000 tickets and warnings for driving infractions this year. We've issued 1.45 million parking tags for parking infractions and towed approximately 16,000 vehicles. A lot of these are increasing in the volume, as well as trying to address some of those consistent challenges that we're seeing across the city. We've attended 30,000 traffic-related calls, 6,000 of which are for impaired drivers. And this, again, is a continued increasing trend year over year. In terms of courts and prisoner management, we've brought for in-person court appearances people to nearly 14,000 instances at courts. This is a big driving factor for our courts members, and their work making sure that those things happen safely is critical. Our arrests have increased this year, and that's a continuing trend, as well as our bookings, and of course the transportation of prisoners throughout those processes becomes critical. Our disclosure workload in relation to investigations, getting information to courts in a way that's been redacted properly and in a timely fashion, has continued to be a pressure in terms of workload, as well as the timeliness that it's required. The volume of content that we have to disclose, body-worn camera, in-car camera, camera that's captured in the results of any investigation, is increasing dramatically. And this is a notable workload increase, one which we've been working on for an extended period and will continue to do so as well as we move forward. We've talked about call response times. These are P1 calls. The top chart shows us approximately past 2 years of trend lines on average by month for our P1 responses. And you'll note that we saw a pretty high 23-minute average response time in October of 2023. You'll note that as the peak on this chart. And since that point, through strategic resource deployment, as well as increasing managerial attention on even day-to-day or call-to-call events, we've been able to improve from 23 minutes to nearly 17 minutes, those priority call responses. Again, keeping in mind, these are the most priority calls that we receive. Generally, life-endangering calls. And officer safety, of course, is critical in these. You'll notice on the chart below this a 10-year graph showing from 2015, and as the CAO mentioned earlier, until present, these calls are going up. We're being asked to attend many more high-priority calls. This is a notable driving factor for our services. And although the end of this chart shows 2023 with 51,000 calls, this year will end up between 52 and 53,000 calls. So this trend continues to increase, and the resources required are substantial. We've seen this graph before. These are community safety indicators, quite a number of different areas of generally the types of events that require extensive investigation and support for victims in the community. So what we have in this, again, is a number of different areas which are used consistently throughout the organization, from the command table to frontline divisions and specialized units, to understand what the impacts of these types of offenses are and to be able to manage the resources in order to address them. These, of course, are the types of things that do require, as I mentioned, investigation and support from our forensic staff, from our property and evidence teams, from our disclosure teams across quite a number of different areas. And our case closure rates. So you'll notice, if you've examined this graph, there's an overall trend, irrespective of the nature of the offense, where years earlier on the graph from 2015 or 2016 generally have a higher rate of case closure. And the years earlier to 2023 or recently have a lower rate generally. And that's because investigations take time and effort and resources. And information sometimes, especially those connecting cases, take some time to come to be known as part of the investigation. And so the case closure rates improve over time, but they also improve, of course, due to resourcing and the ability to have dedicated specialized investigation staff to support those. I'm going to close there, just providing some of the overall context from a service delivery perspective, and Darren and William will take you through the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Darren Rampersad, and I'm an advisor in our Budget and Financial Analysis Unit. I'm joined by my colleague William Kwan, who is a planner on our team. Together, we will be walking you through our 2025 budget request. First, we'd like to take a moment to provide you with an overview of our budgets for the upcoming year. As you know, every year we develop three key budgets: the operating budget for the service, the capital budget, and the operating budget for parking enforcement. Let's begin with the operating budget for 2025. The net budget for the service is $1.22 billion, which represents an increase of $46.2 million, or 3.9% over 2024. Through this budget process, we have worked to contain at least $51 million of cost that we would otherwise potentially have requested. What this budget supports is the board's direction on a multi-year hiring plan beginning in 2025. We anticipate our uniform deployment to reach 5,542 officers by the end of next year. This translates into 109 net new uniform positions. 109. Of these new hires, 70 positions will be allocated to frontline duties to strengthen our presence and service delivery. The Neighborhood Community Officer Program will also be expanded to 4 additional neighborhoods, requiring 16 officers to fill these critical roles. The remaining 23 positions will be assigned to investigative and specialized areas, helping to enhance our capacity in those key functions. On the civilian side, there will be no net new positions in 2025, keeping the total number of civilian staff at 2,665. That being said, we are able to use existing vacancies and anticipated separations to hire 90 communication operators for 911, as well as approximately 45 special constables. Other key considerations of this budget include the service's ongoing transformation and modernization efforts, as well as new legislated responsibilities mandated under the updated Community Safety and Policing Act. On to our capital program. Our capital plan is a 10-year plan that is made up of the maintenance and investment in facilities, information technology, fleet, equipment, and communications. These projects are multi-year and many include life cycle replacements. The gross budget for capital spending in 2025 is $104.6 million. Over the next 10 years, the capital program has a total gross request of approximately $1.1 billion, with $867 million of that amount being debt funded. Our spending rate for our capital program remains very healthy at over 91%. Finally, we have the parking enforcement budget at $55.4 million, with an increase in 2025 of $4 million, or 7.8% over 2024. These budgets reflect our commitment to strategic investments in people, programs, and infrastructure that are critical to delivering high-quality service and keeping our communities safe. Aligned with the city's plan for budget modernization, we are presenting our budget by service area known as service-based budgeting. This differs from the traditional way of displaying our budget by feature category, such as salaries, supplies, services, and so on. This approach has a number of benefits. It provides a more clear communication of what the budget buys in terms of services and service levels. It can promote overall increased public trust and confidence by more clearly communicating to taxpayers what their money buys. It enables more strategic conversations about the budget, understanding how changes in funding will impact services and service levels. It also promotes accountability with a greater focus on performance and outcomes with data that can be used to improve services, better deploy resources, as well as evaluate progress on our priorities and initiatives. The 6 key service areas are identified from the residents' perspectives, with information presented based on the resources required to provide these services. The 2 largest areas are 911 response and control and investigative and victim support. Together, they account for the majority of spending, with 76% of the total budget being allocated over those 2 areas. The remaining 24% of the budget is allocated accordingly to the 4 remaining service areas: crime prevention, events and protests, traffic and parking enforcement, and finally, courts and prisoner management. Now I'll hand it over to my colleague, William, to walk us through the operating budget request.
Thanks, Darren. As introduced, I'm William Kwan. I'm Financial Planner of Budget and Financial Services. Chair Morgan and members of the board, 2025 operating budget request represent an increase of $46.2 million, or 3.9% on net basis of the prior year's approved budget. Please note that 91% of the gross budget is allocated to the staff-related expenditures, including salaries, premium pays, benefits, sums up to $1.28 billion, all of which are essential for supporting our workforce. These categories reflect a total increase of $51 million compared to the prior year. Approximately 1% of the gross budget, which is $13.7 million, dedicated to the maintaining healthy balances of our services reserve, which has remained flat for 2025. The remaining 8% of the budget is allocated to non-salary related requirements, which is $117.5 million, to address operational needs and to ensure we have the resources to meet the demands of the service. The top section of this slide shows all of the key cost drivers which associated changes by each categories, whereas the changes in the bottom section are compared to the total 2024 net budget. This breakdown reflects our focus on maintaining a strong, well-supported workforce while responsibly managing other key cost drivers. Details of each component will be explained in following slides. The most significant part of our budget is the salary requirements, which are increased by $38.8 million, or 4.3% on this budget category. However, it is important to note that $14.3 million of this increase is due to increase of pay duty salaries, which is fully offset by corresponding revenue. The net increase in salary, excluding this pay duty salary, is $24.5 million, or 2.7%. This request does not include the impacts of 2024 and 25 salary settlements, as there is no agreement in place yet. The city will include an estimated provision in its corporate accounts until it is settled. The budget request enables to achieve for the filling of 109 net new uniform officers, which requires an increase of $17.7 million. The service is planning for 4 classes of cadet intake held by the Ontario Police College, with 90 recruits per class in March, June, September, and December, for a total of 360 cadets. Increase of $4.3 million reflects an annualized impact of 2024 uniform hires and reclassification cost for the officers as officers advance through the ranks, and the projected separations calculated based on historical actuals. Turning to our civilian workforce, the increase of $4.3 million, which reflects the annualized cost of $7.3 million for 202 civilians hired in this year. We also increased the gapping assumptions from 3% to 4%, which brings us about $3 million of the savings in salary budget. This slide provides us a historical view of where we were at 2001, where we will be at 2029, and where the population has grown with it. I think the thing we need to know about this is that we are not the service we were back in 2001. We have been changing over the years as well, whether through its civilianization, whether adding technologies to create more capacity. So it cannot be compared apples to apple, but this does provide a historical perspective in a sense of where our austerity kicked in and where we started to build back our capacity, but still comparatively leaner than 2000 era, especially when considering how much the city and the demands has been grown up. The board adopted a motion for the 5-year hiring plan on November 12th, 2024. It translates to the increase of 109 net officers deployed by the end of 2025 and 143 in 2026. Then, the following 3 years, it levels out about 80 in year on average. Over the course of 5 years, the total of 502 net new officers are to be hired, and replacing those we lose along the way with the retirement and separations. This increases the number of the officers from 5,433 in 2024 to 5,935 by 2029. This highlights the composition of our civilian professional workforce. Of the 2,665 civilians in our service, 90% of civilians provide direct and indirect support to our frontline operations. These roles are critical to ensuring the smooth delivery of our services. Examples include communications operator, court officers, special constables, staff and record management, IT, and various other areas that keeps our operations running efficiently. The remaining 10% of staff hold corporate roles, supporting functions such as human resources, finance, and other administrative areas. Looking ahead to 2025, we will remain the same level of civilian staffing as in 2024. Our focus remains on filling staffing gaps for any pressing and urgent need, if any. We will be addressed through the combination of internal resources and the vacancy reallocations for the roles of critical positions. This slide shows services organizations' ranks. These numbers are at the point of time in December 2024, and they fluctuate during the year. It excludes short-term leaves, pre-retirement leaves, incidental sick. If we include all of those, it will be 5,298 uniform officers and 2,625 civilian professionals. The current staffing allocation is 2/3 of uniform officers and 1/3 of civilian professionals. The largest part of uniform officers and civilian professionals are allocated to community safety and specialized operations, which represent 94.3% of the uniform officers and 66.6% of civilian professionals. The premium pay has increased by $2.2 million, or 3.7%. However, this rise is due to the additional resources required to support city's congestion management plan. The corresponding revenue from the city's transportation services will fully offset this increase, resulting in no net impact on premium pay. The service's ability to manage significant planned and unplanned events partially depends on off-duty officers, which generates on premium pay cost. 23% of the premium pay is for the courts, for when an officer is scheduled to attend the court when off-duty. Over time, when members stay beyond their shift to complete a call or to meet the deadline, which represents 24%. And the 44% of the premium pay is for the uniform callbacks when members work additional shifts to meet operational needs, events, or any situations. Despite an unfavorable variance of $30.4 million in 2023 and $38.8 million based on the third quarter projection in 2024, the premium pay budget remains unchanged. That said, this reliance on premium pay is unsustainable, both financially or for officer wellness, as there is a limit of numbers of overtime hours staff can work on. To address this, a working group is currently reviewing the premium pay procedures and practices. Early efforts have already led to a modest decrease in reliance on premium pay. This work will continue as the service hires more full-time staff to better balance the use of on-duty and off-duty resources. This is breakdown of statutory deductions and benefits, which have gone up by $9.9 million or 3.6%. Medical and dental increase of $4.8 million reflects increased calculations based on historical actuals, plus an anticipated increase which is still below the suggested industry increase. Payroll deductions and OMAS pension plan increased by $2.6 million as yearly maximum pensionable earnings increases the employer's portion. Also, enhanced CPP introduced in 2024 impacts the increased employee's cost. $2.2 million of increase in WSIB costs is largely influenced by the Supporting Ontario's First Responders Act regarding PTSD and the general risky natures of emergency services. Actual expenditure in this category have been continuously increasing since 2016. The service has partnered with a third-party organization to help effectively manage WSIB claims, while the number of the new claims have been decreased to pre-pandemic levels, but 90% of the current cost pressure is attributable to historical and very complex claims. In 2024, reserve contributions were reduced by $10 million for the vehicle and equipment reserve, placing significant pressure on the reserve plan. To address this, the funding shift was implemented for 2025 onwards by redirecting some projects historically funded for the reserve to debt financing. This strategy is expected to support the continuation of reduced contributions over the coming years and is discussed in more detail in the service's capital budget request. Additionally, based on further discussions with city staff. The total of all other expenditures are $117.5 million, or approximately 8% of the total budget request, and it has increased by $5.7 million, or 5.1%. Some significant pressures are coming from computer maintenance increase of $5.1 million, which is driven by an increased contract cost through the purchasing processes and growing reliance on advanced technology. Board-approved technology enhancements, and as the service continues to increase in staffing, there are increases of licensing and software costs. For FIFA-related cost increase of 1.7, which is fully offset by the corresponding revenues, resulting in no net impact on the bottom line. $1 million increase is to comply with Community Safety and Policing Act requirements for specific equipment and training to comply with the Ontario regulation. There are some additional costs for the radio that we charge to our capital program. We continue to review the requirements and additional costs for the upcoming years. Our revenues are expected to be $1.5 million higher than last year. However, I do have to note that there are two significant decreases in revenue in the area of provincial upload for court, as well as special event cost recovery. $3.4 million of the provincial upload for court, security, and prisoner transportation will be decreased, as every year we get a share from total of $125 million funding envelope from the province. but our relative share has been declining as more police services are added to this program. This is based on historical staffing actuals for prisoner management, transportation, and training. The service has maximized the eligible activities to address these funding metrics. This is more recently adjusted to include 2/3 of the training cost, as well as the staffing for video bail. $10 million of the special events cost recovery has been removed due to the reversal of the previous year's cost recovery provided by the city, which have offset the services expenditures relating to providing public safety services at the city's special events. Next slide is capital budget overview. I will turn it back to Darren.
Thank you, William. So here we see an overview of our capital program, excluding 2024 carry-forward amounts. Our 10-year capital program has been strategically divided into 5 key categories of investments. Accounting for 40% of spending, facilities projects are a significant focus. The service is actively developing a long-term facilities plan aimed at enhancing operational flexibility, addressing aging infrastructure, and optimizing resource use. Examples of this include constructions or renovation of divisions, feasibility studies, and designs for new builds. 30% of the program is allocated to equipment-related expenditures like furnitures, servers, body-worn cameras, mobile phones for connected officers, and other various equipment like generators. The majority of these items fall under life cycle replacements, ensuring our assets remain up-to-date and fully functional. Technology comprises 12% of the budget, with the service experiencing an increased pace of investment in information technology and information management. These investments build on foundational work, such as the successful rationalization program, the platform and transformation program, and the upcoming implementation of a new records management system. These initiatives are designed to deliver operational benefits and move the service into a more digital environment. 15% of the budget is dedicated to vehicle investments. The service currently maintains a fleet of over 2,200 vehicles, including marked, unmarked, and special purpose vehicles, as well as boats and bicycles. These assets support both the service and parking enforcement operations, and funding in this program also includes new vehicles to accommodate the multi-year hiring plan. Finally, 4% of the program is assigned to communications. This involves replacing over 4,800 radios on a lifecycle basis and acquiring roughly 300 new radios to comply with the new Community Safety and Policing Act. At the bottom of the slide, we see the funding for the capital program. Our funding model has changed as of 2025. There is a major shift in funding as some projects that were historically funded through the Vehicle and Equipment Reserve will now be financed through debt. This change accommodates the reduction in contributions to the Vehicle and Equipment Reserve, while the amount of equipment that must be replaced on an annual basis continues to increase. 78% of the capital program is funded through debt. 14% of it comes from the Vehicle and Equipment Reserve, which is supported by contributions made from the service's operating budget. And 7% is funded through development charges, which are paid by developers to help cover the cost of infrastructure related to new developments in the city. Finally, the remaining 1% comes from provincial grants, in this case, that is currently allocated to our Next Gen 911 project. Over the full 10-year capital program, the composition of funding sources follows a similar structure that you can see on the right. The capital program reflects our commitment to maintaining operational excellence, investing in modern infrastructure and technology, as well as supporting long-term sustainability. Here is a look at our projects included in the 10-year capital program. The projects in progress are highlighted in green, and the upcoming projects are highlighted in yellow. Currently, there are 18 active capital projects within the program. We're going to highlight a few key projects. 41 Division is the first net zero emission building in the service. Phase 1, which is the south building, is already complete, and occupancy is targeted for the first quarter of 2025. Phase 2, which is the north building, will be completed and ready for occupancy by the fourth quarter of 2026. The Infrastructure Lifecycle Replacement Program funds the purchase and renewal of the service's critical infrastructure, such as servers, networks, and storage solutions. These assets are replaced every 6 years. The new Records Management Systems project is the replacement of the existing Records Management System, which is a core business operating system that the service relies on. This transformative project is scheduled for completion by the end of 2026. NextGen 911 is a provincially legislated project that is designed to significantly improve how emergency services are requested and how emergency responders can communicate. The system will provide more accurate location information, helping responders reach individuals more quickly and efficiently. The project has hit its first major milestone by delivering the foundational components required to build features upcoming, like real-time texting and video and image intake. As we can see in yellow, there are 10 upcoming projects in our capital program. The long-term facility plan for 13 Division is expected to start in 2028 and with completion scheduled for 2032. The platform and transformation project is designed to rapidly deliver digital solutions such as online reporting, parking complaints, video response, Toronto Shield, and a virtual assistant for the non-emergency line. The CIO spoke about this in more detail at one of the recent board meetings. Real-Time Operations Center is a centralized 24/7 facility designed to deliver near real-time, actionable intelligence to frontline officers and investigators. It would integrate advanced technologies, including social media, transportation systems, records management systems, analytics, geospatial mapping, to provide real-time situational awareness to decision-making support. Finally, we move on to the parking enforcement budget. The parking enforcement unit plays an important role in keeping traffic moving safely and smoothly in our city. They do this by responding to parking concerns and enforcing municipal bylaws. They also provide operational support to the service, such as supporting special events. However, it is important to note that the parking enforcement unit's budget is separate from the police service budget. Instead, it is part of the city's overall parking tag enforcement operations budget. To do their jobs effectively, whether it's issuing parking tags or responding to service calls, it's essential that the parking enforcement unit maintains proper staffing levels. Having the right number of officers ensure they can continue to enforce bylaws and keep our streets safe and orderly. For 2025, the parking enforcement budget has increased by $4 million, or 7.8% over the 2024 budget. For this budget year, in order to drive a properly costed service, we reviewed allocations of cost shared by the service and parking enforcement and updated our portion of benefits and reserve contributions accordingly. This represents the key driver in the increase over 2024 for a total net budget of $55.4 million. The parking enforcement unit maintains an average deployed strength of 357 operational staff, including officers and supervisors. Collectively, they are projected to issue approximately 2.1 million parking tickets in 2025, generating an estimated $147 million in revenue that flows directly to the city. On average, each parking enforcement officer would be generating $412,000 in revenue, a testament to their hard work and dedication. Additionally, pending council approval, there is a one-time $1 million funding allocation from the city's third quarter 2024 variance to support the acquisition of automated license plate recognition technology for parking enforcement. And with that, I'll hand it over to our CAO.
So that is as quick of a flyby as we can do on 3 budgets, but it's important to note that the budget is not without risks that obviously need to be highlighted for the board's consideration and awareness. Premium pay we've talked about every year. We always start the year with at least $15–20 million of pressure on premium pay. You will see in the third quarter variance report, right now our deficit's sitting around $20 million. A lot of that is really premium pay related. We are expecting that level of pressure to continue. However, as we are staffing up, we do have a working group taking a hard look at premium pay, the practices around that, and we are starting to see aspects of premium pay come down modestly, but it is an area that's going to require ongoing review and diligence. We have added an increase for benefits and statutory entitlements. The question is, did we add enough? So you'll see also in the third quarter variance for this year, that account is overspent a bit. That trend could continue, and so we'll see and use the variance report and let you know how that progresses. We have added funds to anticipate the impact of the Community Safety and Policing Act. We've added funds for equipment. We've added primarily, I think, equipment and a little bit of training. But as the regulations are finalized, as we're implementing, because some of this was over a 2-year period, the transition timeline, the question is, have we added enough, and is there some unfunded impacts? And so as we go throughout the year, we'll certainly identify those should they come up. So we have a very effective talent acquisition team. We enjoy a high quality amount of recruits and applications, but we built in a 4% vacancy rate in our budget for civilians. Our actual vacancy rate is actually 1%, and so we're going to have to manage our mass classes and our individual sort of professional hires in order to manage the vacancy rate and keep it within budget. Reserves is an ongoing topic for us. We work very collaboratively with the city on overall health of all our reserves, but it is something that over a few years we need to look at, especially the vehicle and equipment reserve. And then lastly, in the capital plan, there's a number of unmet needs, over a longer term period that are not actually in the plan as of yet. So things like fulfilling all of the NG 911 pieces, including a new comm center, is not yet in. There's a few facilities items as well that we're looking at. And so we will continue to work with our partners, with the city, with other levels of government on addressing some of the longer term capital needs. But really, what I think the important thing to know about this budget is what's it going to do for the public, what's it going to do for the city. And so our priorities are a continuation of last year. It is about frontline support, it's about investigative capacity, it's about keeping Toronto moving, it is about improving disclosure compliance and how we manage our growing amounts of evidence, and building a resilient pipeline in the face of a high number of retirements that we're expecting over the next 5-6 years, as well as a younger and younger workforce. You will see on I think on the last slide, we continue to be evidence-based. We will continue to bring data and analytics and results that demonstrate value for money and a return on the investment that we are asking the city and the board to approve in terms of improvements in service delivery. So we are focused on response time reductions. We are focused on getting the new RMS implemented to create additional capacity and tools through that project. We are focused on case closure rates and continuing to increase the number of arrests. We will expand to 4 new neighborhoods, and through that, continue focusing on referrals and reducing the demand for policing services, including evolving our response model for mental health calls. We will continue preparing for FIFA and pursuing whether it's online diversion and sort of parking and traffic modernization through education, through deterrence, as well as through technology. And lastly, we will be focusing on kind of the timely disclosure of evidence and supporting the court's processes. Every single one of these service areas has metrics to support and demonstrate kind of our service delivery and our outcomes, and that is sort of built into our weekly rigor as a management team. After this, what we hope is sort of a discussion on our budget, and then upon approval, assuming we get approval, we will then flow into the city's process in the new year. With that, I will stop and pause for the next steps.
Thank you for that excellent presentation, and Deputy Dollywell, to you and your staff. Before we get to questions and comments, we do have a number of deputations. So I would ask the team to remain, because I'm sure we will have questions later. I know, but in the audience. My new husband, work husband. And the first deputant is Miguel Avila.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Miguel.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this important item of the budget. I'm here to say that I'm not comfortable with an increase. We should be, I have a different approach, a different opinion as to how we should be doing the business of policing in the city of Toronto. As a 14-year-old police accountability activist in the city of Toronto, I have always spoken about different manners, different ways how we can be more proactive, having in consideration that this city has a lot of poverty issues, and we need to address the grassroots of that. One of the recommendations I made was reset the police. Why not? We can sit and encourage, for instance, the move staff without losing, so that they don't lose their jobs to the city. The city of Toronto has 20 collective union agreements, and they can perhaps hire some of those members from this force. For instance, I have a big issue with 311 and noise complaints at nighttime. Between 2 and 6, there's no one available to answer calls for noise complaints. Municipal law enforcement officers only work few hours during the night, but not the full shift. So perhaps this can be a reason to allocate resources, human resources, to complement the current municipal license enforcement unit composition, right? That will be a great alternative. Another idea that I communicated to you guys is about this little fellow. It's a RoboCop. It's a guy who who uses artificial intelligence and has cameras and can patrol our cities, parking lots efficiently and cheaply for the city of Toronto. That's one of the ways we can be more efficient to save the money. Or we can always ask the province, Dec.12th, hey, we got this problem. This is your fault. You're canceling bike lanes. You're canceling safe injection sites. And now you want to remove people for incumbents? Please, why don't you just upload the money to this budget to the province? Maybe that's what he wants us to do, to make a special request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Any questions of Miguel? Seeing none, I see our next deputy, Mr. Sewell, is online virtually. When you're ready, Mr. Sewell.
Can you hear me now?
I can, thank you. And thank you
Thank
for
you
your
very much.
written submission as well.
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of the Toronto Police Accountability Coalition. The budget, as you know, includes a $48 million increase, but it does not include salaries for 2024 or 2025. They're being decided by an arbitrator, so it's quite clear that they should not be included in the budget at this time. But the arbitrator will make a decision, and I suspect it'll be about 3% for this year and 3% for next year, something like that. And that'll add an extra $30 million for 2024 and more than that for 2025. So in fact, at the end of the day, I think what we're seeing is police expenditure in 2025 being about $120 million more than in 2024. That's a lot of money, more than $100 million a year. And I think the question you have to ask is, where should that kind of money be spent? I think the big problem that most people are concerned about in Toronto is the amount of disorder that they come across on the streets and in public transit, with people who are homeless, people who have mental illness problems, people who have addiction problems. And our feeling is that we should be spending money on those kinds of issues, particularly on providing affordable housing for people. That's the big problem in Toronto. That's the problem I think most people are concerned about. As is made clear, there is not a serious increase in crime in Toronto. Toronto still has one of the very lowest crime rates in all of the big cities of Canada. And I think that if we had $100 million to spend, I think people would say, let's spend it on the community services that's actually going to reduce the amount of disorder that they have to deal with every day. They'd spend some small money in terms of increasing police expenditure, but I don't think they spend $112 million on it. I think that in fact, that's not something people would agree with. And I think that's the challenge the board has to face. You really want to take all of the extra money that we've got and spend it on policing, or do we want to spend it addressing the problems that Toronto faces? And our argument is that, in fact, it should be on the latter. It should be addressing those problems of disorder, which are not criminal in nature. If the police start arresting those people, they're going to be just putting more people in crowded jails at very, very great expense. Better to spend it on the community agencies. That's where an extra $100 million should go, not in terms of the police service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sewell, and thank you for your written submission. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Sewell. Our next deputant is Sebastian Dechter.
Hi there, my name's Sebastian Dechter. I was born and raised in Toronto, and I'm a resident of Parkdale High Park. As we all know, police have requested a $46 million budget increase to their existing $1.2 billion budget. Just for reference, the budget of the movie Avatar was $237 million, and the budget of the sequel was $460 million. For the cost of operating the Toronto Police for only 1 year, the people of Toronto could produce 4 Avatar films. Now, obviously, these things are different. On a film set, every dollar must be accounted for. That is not the case with the Toronto Police. There's still no line-by-line police budget available to the public. Police can and do spend the money on whatever they want. I can't be the only one concerned that a government agency operates with less accountability than James Cameron. That's why I'm asking for a $0 police budget increase for 2025 and for police to find efficiencies within their existing budget. After all, for a fraction of the money, Canadian luminary James Cameron was able to craft the immersive world of Pandora, while every year police demand more money to protect this one. And while police receive exorbitant amounts of money year after year, virtually every other municipal agency is underfunded. The Toronto Library, for example, is used to finding efficiencies within their modest budget. And yet we're supposed to believe that police are incapable of doing this, even with a budget 6 times that of James Cameron's Titanic. I've been attending budget meetings for the past year, and it's been a demoralizing process. I've watched countless meetings where my fellow citizens make intelligent and humane arguments for cutting police funding, and yet every single time the budget goes up. As someone of Jewish descent, I've become increasingly concerned about police using anti-Semitism as an excuse to over-police protesters and vacuum up city money. I've become increasingly disillusioned with a police services board that claims to care about Black and Indigenous people, but regularly hands out millions of dollars to a service that disproportionately targets them. That's why I'm asking you to approve a $0 increase to the police budget this year. As visionary director James Cameron has shown us time and time again, you don't need $1 billion to create a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dechter. Are there any questions of Mr. Dechter? Thank you. The next deputant is Jessica Westhead. Good afternoon. Anytime you're ready, Ms. Westhead.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Westhead. I live in Toronto. I'm here to ask the members of the police board to approve a police budget with no increase and to require that the police service finds efficiencies and is transparently accountable for their existing budget of $1.2 billion, which is already far too much. Along with other deputants who are here today, I came here in September to ask the police board to take immediate action on detasking, to reallocate resources away from police and over to the organizations and community groups that are better equipped to deal with the issues that desperately need attention here in Toronto. Housing, food security, education, addiction treatment and support for drug users, and chronic homelessness. I spoke about the unnecessary presence and expense of police officers who arrived when I called 911 for an ambulance this spring to help an unhoused woman who was experiencing a health crisis. While a firefighter and a paramedic attended to her, the officers served only to frighten and intimidate the woman, who I had found unconscious on the floor of a public restroom. In the words of Black Lives Matter organizers, the safest places don't have more police, more jails, more prisons, or harsher sentences. They have better access to economic opportunities, quality education, stable housing, and healthcare. A study led by a University of Toronto team and published last December in the peer-reviewed academic journal Canadian Public Policy found no consistent associations between police funding and crime rates across 20 large municipalities, including Hamilton, Vancouver, Toronto, Winnipeg, and Montreal. I've lived in Toronto for 26 years, and I've watched my beloved city fall apart in real time as more and more tax dollar funding is stripped away from vital community services and infrastructure and given to the violent and, as found by the TPS's own reporting, systemically racist institution of policing. Abundant research shows that increased policing will mean an increased level of harassment and violence that targets racialized, 2S LGBTQ+, impoverished and unhoused communities, and especially Black and Indigenous people. I have also felt personally afraid of police violence when I have exercised my fundamental democratic right to peacefully protest against the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Because police have violently, physically assaulted other protesters doing the same thing, including both Palestinian and Jewish Canadians and their allies. Meanwhile, the need for food banks in Toronto is at a crisis level. City data shows that shelters are full and hundreds of people are turned away every night and forced to sleep outside where they are dying. I want to live in a city that prioritizes caring for its citizens over punishing them. I hope the members of the board feel the same way and show that by voting against any increase in the police budget and taking immediate action on detasking and defunding the police instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Westhead. Next person is Matthew Taube. Mr. Taube.
Hi again. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board again. Still Matthew Taube. And I'm here as a husband, a father, and resident of Toronto to strongly advocate for approving the proposed 2025 police budget increase. This funding is critical to addressing the rising crime rates and ensuring the safety and security of all Torontonians. Let's start with the facts. Crime in Toronto is on the rise. Car thefts have surged to record levels. Daytime robberies are increasing brazenly. And violent incidents have left neighborhoods across the city feeling unsafe. Adding to this, the ongoing hate protests on our streets, which require substantial police resources to manage, are diverting officers and costing millions, roughly what we're asking for. $40 million in protests to protect everybody, and you're asking for $40 million of an increase. Ironically, many members of Progress Toronto, an organization represented here today, have actively participated in those protests, while simultaneously lobbying to not increase and to defund. This hypocrisy undermines public safety and creates additional burdens on our already overstretched force. The situation with Progress Toronto warrants further scrutiny. This group has coordinated with and written many of the deputations you will hear today. These are not the voices of everyday Torontonians concerned for their city. They are the orchestrated lobbying efforts of a political organization with deep ties to Mayor Olivia Chow. Let me explain. Michal Hay, Mayor Chow's current chief of staff, served as the executive director of Progress Toronto from its inception of March 8, 2018 until March 2023. During that time, she helped shape the organization's political agenda. After stepping down, she immediately became her her campaign director. As of June 23, she now serves as chief of staff, leading many to believe that Ms. Hay still has significant influence over Progress Toronto's operations. This raises serious concerns about the integrity of the deputations presented by Progress Toronto today, given Mayor Chow has donated to Progress Toronto, campaigned with its support, and now employs its former executive director as her chief of staff. Any statements made from this group can reasonably be seen as an extension of the mayor's influence. This is not only unethical, it directly violates the Toronto Police Act, which prohibits the mayor from directing the police board. As a father, I am deeply troubled by the impact these political games on my children's safety. The proposed budget increase is not about politics. It's about equipping the police force with tools, staffing and training necessary to address the realities of rising crime and public safety and police safety concerns in 2025. I urge this board to look at the submissions I sent in earlier today to back up what I am saying and dismiss the deputations from Progress Toronto for what they are: a coordinated, politically motivated lobbying effort that does not reflect the needs or concerns of everyday Torontonians. Instead, focus on what the people of this city need: a well-resourced, effective police service capable of protecting families, businesses, and communities. Reject the ideological agendas and approve the budget increase. Toronto's present and future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taube. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Taube. The next person is Masla Tahir. Masla Tahir? If not here, perhaps, if they attend in the next period of time where we're here in deputations, we'll make room. Next person is Andrea Vasquez Jimenez. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Vasquez Jimenez. I'm here with Policing Free Schools. We know that thriving and healthy communities, including educational spaces, which in and of themselves are safe, have more supports and resources, not more police presence, police spending, or policing and carceral measures. A Canadian longitudinal study published last year examined a decade of data from Canada's 20 largest municipalities, including Toronto. The result of the study was that even as police budgets continue to increase, there is no correlation with increased safety or lower crime rates. Yet there continues to be a false normalized narrative that safe and safety equates with policing, or increased police spending. As for the false narrative of the cop to population or cop to population plus ratio, Scott Worley, a U of T criminology professor, mentioned as to why cop to population ratio won't make a safer community. Only have to look at Chicago, which has a comparable population to Toronto, where there are about 440 officers per 100,000 residents, yet the city sees roughly 10 times the number of homicides every year.
Ms. Jimenez, can I get you just to slow down because we have the sign language interpreters?
I just need to reclaim my time, though, just because I got cut down from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. So I'm really...
And you can also give us your written submission, but just be mindful. Thank you.
wait, I want to reclaim my time. It was like at 2 minutes and something. I've just lost about like 12, 13 seconds.
And I will be happy to give it back.
Okay, I'm just going to check where I was at. Okay. Yet the city sees roughly 10 times the number of homicides every year. In 2023, under Mayor Tory, there was $48.3 million increase to the city's police budget. It was said that the increase was necessary to improve response times. Yet between September 2022 and 2023, as per the deputation to the City of Toronto Budget Committee meeting by Toronto Police Association on January 22, 2024, emergency calls for service went up 18% and took on average 22 minutes to respond to the highest priority call, the wait time longer in 18 of 25 municipal wards. In 2024, under Mayor Chow, there was an increase of full budget requests of $20 million through a voting on Councillor Morley's motion to increase the Toronto Police budget. The rationalization used again, same as the year before, was that funds were necessary to improve response times, even though there was no accountability for prior budget increases and worsened results. The narrative now is that average response times for police after receiving a call has been down to 17.5 minutes in the last several months. This is in alignment with variables such as the public education awareness campaign, Make the Right Call, and diversifying emergency responses beyond police, including Toronto Community Crisis Service launching city-wide. Money continuously is funneled into policing despite ample evidence what actually supports conditions for healthy, thriving communities. Councillor Carroll at the last meeting posed the question to unpack reforms. There are two types of reforms. One, reformist reforms, which expand the reach and scope of policing and increase police budget. And two, non-reformist reforms, which reduces the reach and scope of policing and reallocates those funds away from police. There's a track record of reformist reforms and the manufacturing of reformist reforms outcomes out of non-reformist reforms asked. This is an abysmal failure. No to an increase to the police budget.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Ms. Jimenez? Seeing none, thank you. And the next person's Marley Wasser. Yep, good.
Good afternoon. My name is Marley Wasser. I'm here to urge the Toronto Police Service Board to approve a 0% budget increase and demand efficiencies and accountability from the city's large existing police budget. You may recall that I was here twice before when the board was meeting about the multi-year hiring plan for the Toronto Police Service. During the meeting on July 31st, Board member Chris Brillinger moved a motion asking for the final version of the hiring plan to include detasking as a potential alternative to hiring more police officers by handing off some police duties to non-police entities. The motion passed with no opposition. But when the board met again on September 12th to discuss the final version of the hiring plan, no options for detasking were included in the plan as the board had requested. Then in November, the board ended up approving a plan with an unprecedented commitment to hiring new officers. I don't understand the justification for this decision when the board heard from so many of us residents of this city very clearly explaining how investing in more policing will not improve our safety and well-being. I myself am deeply concerned with the way that police force is being used as an immediate response to those of us exercising our charter rights for free speech and peaceful assembly. On September 11th, I was dragged by police from Meridian Hall for peacefully sitting in the box office to protest a publicly funded venue being used to platform figures who promote genocide and transphobia. We pose no threat to anyone's safety, and yet we were forcefully dragged by police in a manner that resulted in many of us suffering serious physical injuries. When others joined us outside the building to continue protesting the event, we were met with police on horses, many of whom began to force us into incoming traffic. How is this keeping anyone safe? As a granddaughter of Holocaust survivors on both sides of my family, I am deeply disturbed that our city is allowing residents to be treated this way when we speak out against ongoing escalating genocide being promoted in publicly funded venues, and transphobia being spread by figures in publicly funded venues. I am urging the Toronto Police Service Board to please not give any more funding to the Toronto Police Service and instead focus resources on other more appropriate and effective ways to improve community safety in this city. For instance, the city could have just listened to those of us that were asking for publicly funded venues to not be used to platform figures promoting genocide and spreading anti-trans hate. We sent many letters ahead of this event that were ignored. We shouldn't even have to ask for such a thing in the first place. Thank you.
Ms. Wasser, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person is Vikas. Then we'll move to the next deputant, which is Nicole Tolinar. I believe Ms. Tolinar may be virtual. Do we have Ms. Tolinar on the line? We're checking. It doesn't appear to be so, but if Ms. Tolinar does come back on the line, we'll make sure that she is heard. The next individual is Daniel Tate. I believe Mr. Tate is virtual. Apparently not on the line either. Next individual, Talia Klein-Layton.
So, thank you to the members of the Toronto Police Services Board. I will tell you that nobody is coming to save you. That's what all the commentators on the current state of anti-Semitism are telling us these days. Nobody is coming to save us. My name is Talia Klein-Layton, and I'm representing the Canadian Women Against Anti-Semitism. Nobody is coming to save us, not from the throngs of rampaging anti-Semites storming through the streets of our cities, not from the radicalization infiltrating our education system, rape crisis centers, medical and mental health institutions, which is where the recruiting, expanding, and mobilizing is happening for the protests in our streets. Nobody is coming to save us, not from the vandals, the arsonists, gun violence, those who glorify and strategize and amplify terror, and not from the terrorists themselves. This should frighten us. Every single person in the room and those listening in. This should frighten us, and it should frighten the officers of the Toronto Police Services, because without the necessary resources, nobody is coming to save them either. How many deputants have come here today to champion the brave officers of the Toronto Police Services, the individual officers who put themselves on the line to protect our communities, to protect each other, who put their bodies between us and abject lawlessness? Because I have. It is my understanding that there is a movement here today, Progress Toronto, with direct ties to the leadership of the city, who have come to undermine, to defund the police, to ensure that not only is nobody coming to save our city, but that there will be nobody left to protect it either. I am here to advocate for the officers of the Toronto Police Services, and by extension, for every person in Toronto who wants to live peacefully and lawfully, and who want to raise our children in Toronto the good. I emphatically support the increase to the Toronto Police Services budget and add the following recommendations. Significantly enhance law enforcement at protests, laws against harassment, uttering threats, unlawful assembly, incitement to violence, incitement to hatred, and of course laws against the use of face covering while breaking any of the other laws. For this, we need more police officers who are better equipped and better trained. Mandatory hate crimes training and training in anti-Semitism, based on the federally and provincially adopted IRA definition of anti-Semitism. Police officers must be able to recognize the difference between political speech and hate. Police officers must be able to recognize the balance that ought to exist between charter rights and be empowered to enforce the law. Then these hate crimes must be enforced. For this, we need faster and more proactive response from the Hate Crimes Unit and direct communication between hate crimes officers and dedicated Crown attorneys. For this, we need more police officers who are better equipped and better trained. The most important recommendation, of course, is the hiring and deployment of significantly more police officers. The global intifada that is rampaging through our streets and attempting to destabilize our city and our society are costing millions of dollars to the police, to the city, and to the community. Deploying officers and resources today to shut this down will certainly save us in the long run. The officers of the TPS need political leadership who are going to ensure that they have the adequate resources to enforce the Criminal Code of Canada. Political will must find
I've let you go
courage.
on, Ms. Layton, and I'm interested in what you have to say, and I've let you go over a bit of time like everyone
Okay.
else, but...
Can I wrap it up for 10 seconds?
In 10 seconds or less, please.
Okay. We ask the Toronto Police Service Board pledge to ensure that Toronto's police officers have the political will, the resources, and the mechanisms they need to enforce the law. Perhaps, were this to occur, we could save each other.
Thank you, Ms. Layton. Are there any questions for Ms. Layton? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming and deputing today. The next individual is Christina Vladimirov.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Christina. I was born and raised in Toronto, and I'm currently in school to be a social worker. I'm asking there to be no increase in the police budget. I've seen how police overspend, and as a social worker student know that better alternatives exist that tackle the root causes of crime, such as mental health supports, affordable housing, and investing more in existing Toronto Community Crisis Service. Today I'm here to tell you a story about a time I witnessed the misuse of police resources and the harm it can cause. It was on the evening of Good Friday in 2020. That day, my cat was hit by a car, and my mom and I didn't know whether he would survive. We were both understandably heartbroken and spent most of the day crying. Around 10 p.m., I heard a knock at my door. When I went to answer, I was shocked to see 3 police cars and a total of 6 armed police officers at my door. I was told by one of the officers that someone called the police because they heard shouting. I reassured the officer that it was just me and my mom at home and we were mourning the loss of our cat. He insisted that he would have to talk to my mom and confirm the story. I told him my mom was already in bed and asked them to wait outside while I got her up. I closed the door behind me and went to get my mom. After I got her out of bed and explained to her what was happening, we went to talk to the officers. To our dismay, they had let themselves into my house and were now standing in my living room. We were terrified and felt like we had our rights stripped away. This is a prime example of the over-policing and misuse of the police budget. Why were 6 police officers, 3 squad cars, and hours of work used to bother 2 women grieving their cat? Even after hearing from me and clearly seeing there were no emergency, why did they let themselves into my house without permission? An institution that gets billions of taxpayer dollars should be asking these questions too and be accountable to these problems. I urge the board to demand more accountability for how police spend our money. The board should be the oversight to make sure what happened to my mother and I and many others in the city does not keep happening. If we were in a crisis, the 6 officers would still be unnecessary. Instead, we should invest in non-police services like the Toronto Community Crisis Response Service and more mental health and social services. Alternative police response can help better address a range of issues, including support for survivors experiencing gender-based violence, people experiencing homelessness, over-policed youth, and people experiencing mental health crises. When the service that is meant to keep citizens feeling safe is doing the opposite of that, we need to rethink the budget they receive and how the funds are allocated. I'm asking the board for a 0% budget increase and for more accountability on how they spend their already massive budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments for the deputant? Seeing none, and I understand now, Daniel Tate, we've been able to get him back on the line. So, Mr. Tate, when you're ready.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. Tate. Go ahead when you're ready.
Great. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to lend my voice to the importance of ensuring that our Toronto Police services are well-resourced. well-staffed and are prepared to do the very, very tough work and often dangerous work that we rely on them to keep us safe and keep this city safe. As we know, we live in very turbulent times. There are both increases in day-to-day crime. There are more complex threats that are threatening us from international criminal organizations, car theft rings, et cetera, et cetera. We are in a very complex, tough environment, and we need to have a very robust, resilient police force that can handle all these threats. It's not just about cop to pop. I know everyone loves to debate about the whole cop to pop thing, but the fact remains is that we have a significantly less number of rank and file police officers than we had 24 years ago, which is a really sobering and alarming statistic. Our city has seen an exponential population explosion over the last 4, 5, 6 years. There's a lot of undocumented and illegal migrants in our city as well, who also put additional strain on our already understaffed and under-resourced police services. So we have to be realistic about it. We have a very large population, people coming from countries that often bring issues with them, and a lot of them do come with criminal intent. That's a fact. We all know that we have major problems with our immigration system, and so a lot of people are coming to our city that are not adequately vetted. And therefore, who's going to be on the front lines to deal with it when these people commit crimes? It's going to be the frontline responders, our police officers. This also includes the increase in hate crimes, right? We're going to need officers because every week for the last 14 months, there are hateful pro-terrorist sympathizing rallies that go to Jewish areas to threaten them and to intimidate them. And that has a cost on police resources. Unfortunately, you need to have police to keep the peace when those groups decide to do this. And that has a cost on P1 response times for other parts of the city. And so we have to be in a position where we can scale and have a police service that can scale up and scale down when needed. But we're currently in a situation where we definitely need to scale up. It would be completely foolish, wrong-headed, and politically damaging to not increase the police budget to what the staff report recommends for this year going forward. Anything other than that would be very detrimental and harmful to our city. All the sort of defund police and anti-police advocates who are on this call are definitely on the wrong side of history and the wrong side of this debate. And so I encourage and implore the decision makers on the Toronto Police Services Board to absolutely approve and rubber stamp this police budget increase. The city needs it. The taxpayers needs it. We want to feel safe and have better P1 response times in 2025. So please do the right thing and make the approvals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. Any questions for Mr. Tate? Thank you, Mr. Tate. Moving on to the next step-in is Miriam Babawi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Miriam. I'm a recent sociology graduate from TMU. I currently work in social services funded by the government. I'm here to speak about my experience with the Toronto Police and ask the board that they give them a 0% budget increase and hold them accountable to their current $1.2 billion budget. Following budget increases in 2024, the levels of violence enacted by the Toronto Police have been increasingly militant towards unarmed civilians. I was sitting on the curb at a peaceful protest when chaos erupted by reactive officers. Out of nowhere, police started pepper spraying everyone indiscriminately and pushed people onto the open road, with traffic swerving to avoid hitting us. All the while, the police are yelling different orders, telling us to move in one direction, then attacking us when we do. I was grabbed by an officer when I tried to record her colleagues tackling my friend to the pavement. Officer S. Wong then forcefully elbowed me behind my ear, knocking me unconscious, which caused him to trample over me. I woke up in a daze and didn't know whether to run, stay lying down, help someone else getting brutalized, or wait for them to arrest me too. I got up to be immediately pushed and grabbed by male officers, Officers Ford, Marshall, and Morales being especially violent, to name a few. That night resulted in a nearly 3-month-long concussion for me and dislocated joints and ligaments for my friends. In another incident, my friend went through a stress-induced psychotic episode as he dealt with the impending bombing of his home country, Lebanon, reckoning with his family still living there. He was a U of T engineering student and experienced the episode on campus. After criticisms from U of T staff about the many students experiencing mental health crises being treated like animals, you would think the Toronto police would take a more compassionate approach. But nonetheless, as I spent hours walking around King's College Circle making sure my friend doesn't harm himself, a TPS officer approached us and said they're going to take him away in handcuffs. I was frightened for his safety and knew this would worsen his mental state. With tears in my eyes, I pleaded with the officer to let us continue dealing with the situation as we had been, as he was not a threat to others' safety. The officer's response was, "It is what it is." Thankfully, 211 showed up and stayed with us until my friend was aware of his actions. I fear what the outcome could have been if police took control of the situation, knowing the dozens of other cases where officers assaulted those going through crises. Time and time again, TPS shows complete disregard for human life and abuse their power on vulnerable people. To avoid escalated and permanent harm towards civilians, I am once again asking the board to not increase their budget and demand accountability for the ways they spend their $2 billion. This money could be much better used. As the provincial government cuts funding for harm reduction, the municipality should not be furthering the harm. Putting money into shelters, employment, street outreach workers, and community crisis services would be much more beneficial for the entire city. Thank you.
Any questions?
Not a question of the deputy.
Just a comment?
Just a concern. A concern. Madam Chair, I know that people aren't going to be happy to hear this, but this is not actually a venue for individual officer complaint. And it's rather unfair to turn it into one by mentioning officers by name. There is very definitely a place that those complaints can be taken and officers named, but this actually isn't it. So I would appreciate it if we could ask deputants not to single out individual officers for the purposes of speaking to the budget.
And thank you, Councillor Carroll. Was going to iterate the same comments as you made, and for the deputant, Ms. Bowie, there is an appropriate agency, the Law Enforcement Complaints Agency. There's information on our website. If you wish to make complaints about individual officers, you're free to do so, but as Councillor Carroll said, it is not appropriate to mention individual names, nor do we have jurisdiction to deal with individual misconduct. So
could I respond to
you
that?
You can go to the website if you wish. Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you. Deputant is Alexandra Smith. Do we have Ms. Smith on?
Hi. Are
Hi.
you able to hear me?
I can. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Just tell us when you're ready.
I'm ready. Thank you so much.
Great.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to address the proposed budget increase to the Toronto Police Services. This increase at minimum should be approved. While this increase may seem like a step forward, it falls short of meeting the needs of our growing and increasingly complex city like Toronto. I'm here today to highlight the gaps in the proposed and advocate for a more substantial investment in public safety. Toronto's population now exceeds 3 million residents and continues to grow. With this growth comes a greater demand for public safety services. Yet the proposed addition of just 109 new officers is inadequate. Each year, TPS loses approximately between 200 to 300 officers due to retirements, resignations, and other departures. This modest increase doesn't even maintain current staffing levels, let alone prepare us for future challenges. Our city is also experiencing a serious rise in violent crime, theft, and public disturbances. Organized protests, violence and disruptions, often driven by radical ideologies, are stretching our officers to the limit. Inadequate staffing leads to delayed response times, rising crime rates, and a loss of public confidence in our police services. To put this into perspective, in 2010, Toronto had 215 officers per 100,000 residents. Today, that number has dropped to just 175 officers to 100,000 residents. This decline leaves existing personnel overburdened, resulting in burnout and a reactive approach to policing instead of a proactive one. We are calling on the recruitment of an additional 1,000 officers beyond the proposed increase. This investment is crucial and addresses key challenges. More officers will ensure every neighborhood, especially high crime and underserved areas, receives proper policing. This will improve response times, reduce crime, and build stronger community relationships. Second, with annual losses of 300 officers, proactive recruitment is necessary to maintain effective staffing levels. Third, the rise in disruptive protest, hate crimes, and organized crime requires a well-resourced force. More officers will help prevent these disruptions from escalating and maintaining public order. Fourth, issues like hate crime, cybercrime, gang violence, and human trafficking require specialized skills. Expanding the TPS's capacity will enhance their ability to tackle these complex challenges. Public safety is a fundamental necessity, so the proposed increase does not reflect the scale that the challenges before us. Without a well-rounded police service, Toronto's ability to host major events like FIFA World Cup will be jeopardized, impacting our global reputation and economic opportunities. Just 10 seconds, please. Additionally, I request that the deputation submitted by anyone involved with Progress Toronto lobbying group, as pointed out by an earlier deputation, that have infiltrated the mayor's office, highlighting her chief of staff, who is a former executive director of Progress Ontario, that their involvement risks and undermines the fairness and transparency of the board's decisions. Thank you very much for your time, consideration for this urgent matter.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Any questions of Ms. Smith? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Smith. And the next deputy.
Thank you very much.
Is Nital Jethalal.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can. Go. You can start when you're ready. Thank you.
Great. And good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nithal, and I've been a Toronto resident for the majority of my 44 years. I'm an economist and policy director. First, I actually want to briefly address the comments on hate crimes towards the Jewish community we've been hearing. There's no place whatsoever for any hate crime, but two things. One, anti-Israel language is not at all necessarily anti-Jewish. And two, there's been an alarming rate of Islamophobia and corresponding hate crimes. Hate crimes against Muslims have massively increased in Toronto and in Canada in recent years. And last September, a Senate report found 1 in 4 Canadians is afraid of Muslims. Yet, I rarely ever hear about this. Back to the TPS budget increase. I'm here today to ask that there be no budget increase given the significant efficiencies that TPS can find in their existing $1.2 billion budget and the immense value this funding could provide elsewhere. With parents who fled apartheid in South Africa, and as a person of color, I've always paid attention to police enforcement and resources. And after Sammy Ateem's death in 2013, I became much more concerned. Several heartbroken people I know who knew Sammy spoke about how much social services, not policing, were needed to prevent his death. At the Vegetarian Food Bank, our ED just launched a basic income campaign called Put Food Banks Out of Business to tackle the root causes of food insecurity. Addressing root causes is why I'm here. The root causes of crime, such as mental health, affordable housing, employment, crisis support, should be a huge part of today's discussion on this budget increase. There are much more successful alternatives, especially at this level of funding, for addressing the underlying causes that challenge community safety, like increasing non-police mental health support workers through the Toronto Community Crisis Service. The TCCS budget increase from last year reflects the power of its services, and still, it's not even 60% of the funding being discussed today. TCCS provides key services that work. In its first year, it successfully diverted almost 80% of 911 calls received without police involvement. Why not put this funding to scaling TCCS to increase more mental health professionals throughout the city and establish or enhance over 100 community youth centers that support mental health, job training, violence prevention? Or the funding could improve food insecurity. 1 in 4 GTA residents is experiencing food insecurity at record highs. 3.5 million visits last year. That's almost a 300% increase from pre-pandemic levels. This funding could provide over 1.5 million healthy meals and reduce desperation amongst our most vulnerable citizens. Or it could also be used to create more affordable housing. 46 million could be used to build 130 plus new units or provide $8,000 in annual rent support to almost 6,000 low-income households. How are we talking about a multi-year hiring plan for TPS given the alarming growth of social challenges in Toronto today? Canadian research has shown that police funding doesn't reduce crime and violence. Our social challenges are interconnected. They need comprehensive, equity-focused solutions. And there are great success examples we can look to. Vancouver's harm reduction programs, which have been much more effective in reducing drug-related crime and preventive policing. Edmonton's Housing First program, which reduced chronic homelessness by over 40% over a decade, demonstrate that stable housing can reduce the need for policing. As someone, in closing, as someone who's directly experienced hateful behavior here, I can personally tell you I feel much less comfortable with trying to address such behavior as well as crime through more TPS funding when so many other social services that work, are acutely underfunded. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, sir, for coming out. The next deputant is Daniel McIntosh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Hi, so we heard a lot about the need to maintain a certain cop-to-pop ratio, especially in the multi-year hiring plan. But I've never heard of the TTC talking about maintaining a certain bus drivers to population ratio or the public library needing to maintain a certain librarian to population ratio. Most agencies assess the needs of the city based on usage of the actual services they provide and then hire enough staff enough people to staff those operations. We heard in November about new efforts to use models to forecast demand and better allocate resources. This is long overdue and a good move in the right direction. However, there still appears to be a large focus on the cop-to-pop ratio, which is not a particularly useful metric. Furthermore, the city takes initiatives to try and encourage or discourage use of certain services in response to the resulting shifts in demand. For example, the city takes measures to make transit more appealing, such as creating red bus-only lanes, and then needs to hire more bus drivers per capita when transit becomes a bigger portion of the transportation mode share. In much the same way, the city should be taking measures aimed at reducing crime rates and then be reducing that cop-to-pop ratio we heard so much about. There is lots of research suggesting that increasing police presence is not a particularly effective or efficient way of reducing crime. Instead of attempting to use police staffing levels to control crime rates, the city should be focusing on initiatives to tackle the root causes of crimes by keeping people from falling through the cracks in our system, such as by expanding things like youth recreation programs, and then allow the demand for police services to drive staffing levels. It is quite disappointing to hear that the police board appears to have resigned itself to a future where crime rates stay exactly where they are and concluded that we need to maintain a fixed cop-to-pop ratio. Even if crime rates do remain fixed, there are also other ways of making the police force more efficient that could reduce the need for police in Toronto. Last year, the city made the Toronto Community Crisis Service a permanent program. This is great and should be expanded so police resources can be better focused on the tasks where they are really needed and that they have actually been trained for. Budgets and staffing levels should be directed be dictated by the demand for services, not some artificial made-up ideal ratio of cops per capita. If demand for police services falls because more 911 calls are handled by the Toronto Community Crisis Service or because crime rates drop, as we should all hope they do, then we should reduce the number of new police the city hires and spend less money on the police budget for that.
Thank you, Mr. McIntosh. Any questions for Mr. McIntosh? Seeing none, thank you, sir. And the next deputant is Chris Langenfeld. I believe Mr. Langenfeld is virtual.
Yes, thank you, Chair Morgan, and I trust you can see my screen share here. So on the budget request, we've got our 46.2 million, almost 4% increase, and of course this is before salaries. And those of you who have been at the budget meetings will have seen these slides before. We go back to the 2014 operating budget, and it identified 5,600 uniformed officers and 2,000 plus civilians at that point, which gave us approximately 2,500 officers per 100,000 civilians, a total of 7,666 Toronto Police employees. Take a look at your 2023 annual reports that you published in July, and we're looking at staffing levels of 8,500, almost 8,600 Toronto Police. So as of 2023, in fact, you've increased the number of Toronto Police employees per civilian in Toronto. We've now got 285 TPS workers, Toronto Police employees. And of course, a lot of people are commenting about the fact that the number of uniformed officers have dropped. But of course, that's because we don't have those officers who, after 30 years on the force eating donuts, are earning $250,000 and working as a booking sergeant or answering the telephones or delivering paperwork. And instead, we've hired civilians to do that job, and we only have the police officers doing actual policing. As we know, back in 2024, or 2014, I should say, in fact, I believe, Councillor Carroll, that was the time you were on the board, we were actually, the whole point was to move 100 uniform positions over to civilian jobs so that we weren't paying the fees for jobs that didn't need it, like scene of crime officers and things like that. In addition, we have special constables at the TTC, traffic agents on our roads. We have TCHC and U of T special constables. And so ultimately, add all that up, we've got about 9,000 law enforcement people working in the city of Toronto, which puts us up around 302 law enforcement personnel per 100,000 officers. So in fact, we have far more than the other cities. The only difference is, of course, that we employ civilians for a lot of the tasks that other places still use uniformed officers for. Meanwhile, we know that what the real causes of what crime and problems we're experiencing in this city, and it's the fact that, for example, Toronto has 4 times the amount of housing problem as Helsinki. And so, in fact, we could spend that $46 million and solve that problem. But there is a reason why we have a problem with response times. And of course, you can look back in your agenda this month, 36 times it mentions evidence-based evaluation. And of course, we know the evidence. Sending 19 officers to arrest 3 people. Sending 6 officers to harass a homeless woman. Sending 6 officers to threaten to taser some guy because he was yelling at a parking person. No violence, no crime, but instead what we have is police sending out large numbers of officers basically to swarm the population. And we see it all the time. We've heard no end of complaints about the officers, hundreds of protesters and dozens of officers, but no arrests being made, even when they do suspect a crime's being committed.
Mr. Langenfeld, your time is up, and I gave you a little bit extra as I'm trying, because I know everybody's commentary is important, we want to listen, but now you've gone over time. So thank you for your comments. And again, if you want to submit as well anything written, we're happy to have that as part of the documentation. Any questions from Mr. Langenfeld? Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. Next person is Esther Mordecai. Mordecai.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak today. My name is Esther, and I'm here as a concerned citizen, proud member of Toronto Jewish community, and most importantly, single mother of 2. Full disclosure, as a survivor of gender-based violence and the coercive control, I feel triggered and gaslighted by certain people who have have hijacked this meeting wearing certain symbols, and I'm feeling quite nervous. Over the past 14 months, I have personally endured a relentless campaign of anti-Semitic hate, harassment, and even threats against my life, both online and in person. In my darkest moments, it has been the brave men and women of Toronto Police Services who have stood between me, my family, and the danger. I'm here to advocate for an increase of the budget because I fear for my life. My children don't have a normal life. And unfortunately, my story is not unique. Anti-Semitic incidents in Toronto have surged at an alarming rate. According to B'nai B'rith Canada annual audit of anti-Semitic incidents, there were over 2,700 reporting anti-Semitic incidents nationwide last year, the highest number ever recorded, with significant concentration right here in Toronto. Acts of vandalism, hate-filled assaults, and threat against Jewish institutions have become all too common. The recent rise in hate crimes is compounded by the troubling increase in organized marches by extremist groups promoting hate and violence. Families like mine are feeling increasingly vulnerable. Citizens, Jewish, otherwise, fear for their safety, their businesses, and their right to live in free from intimidation society. I work with many children of Holocaust survivors. A lot of them feel like they're going through Kristallnacht, and they're living like through 1930s. I lost my faith in politicians last April when one of the politicians told me that the rise in anti-Semitism and the hate marches in the city due to whatever is going on overseas. What a poor excuse. First they come for the Jews, and then they come for the rest. What starts with the Jews doesn't end with the Jews. To the point that I found myself contemplating leaving this country. The country that I came to build a beautiful future for my children is no longer feel safe to live here. The protest by the groups openly supporting jihadist agenda is not spontaneous occurrences. The cops are not prepared to deal with the situation because these are the same people who have been mobilizing and organizing for decades. They're using the laws of the land to defeat and force their agenda and narrative. To confront the rising tide of hate and restore sense of safety, Toronto needs a well-funded, adequately staffed police services. The Toronto Police Service is already stretched thin. Supposed to receive phone calls from Victim Witness Assistance Program. I still haven't received it because there is not enough services, there is not enough funding. Increasing police budget is not about militarization. It's about ensuring when citizens are in danger, help arrives swiftly and effectively. TPS must do more to educate police officers on how to enforce the existing hate crime laws, and they must be educated in the limitation of our freedoms when it comes to hate and incitement. Frontline officers are often unaware of the meaning of symbols, and some of those symbols, my sisters and brothers were raped and tortured while wearing those symbols, and I see it in front of my face. And those are the same people cover their faces with masks. Scary part. Education is a key, and the board
Ms.
must
Mordechai,
place a
I'm going to
far
ask you to, because your
more.
time is well up.
One
so-
more part, and that's it. Today, I urge you to approve the budget that reflects the reality on Toronto streets. Also, as an anti-poverty advocate, as someone that served the community of Toronto, helping people with food insecurities, and someone who in the 90s started a harm reduction program, I understand their concerns. However, those concerns should be addressed with the federal government and provincial government, not cutting the budget for the police, on contrary, increasing the money for the police force, because we're living in fear. You had your talk, now I'm finished.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Mordechai?
Any questions?
No, thank you very much. Next person is Callum.
All right. Thank you for. So my name's Callum Houston. I'm one of the organizers for Harm Reduction Collective Advocacy. So we're not Progress Toronto. It's not just Progress Toronto here. There are other people who care about this city too. I'm here because I found it very concerning that the police budget is continuing to, they're proposing more money for more officers who are not equipped to deal with the coming crisis that we're going to be faced with in about 3 months, when all of these safe consumption sites in this great city are closed. And we will have more people on the street struggling with addiction, and more people who are unhoused. Having more officers monitoring and harassing unhoused people is not going to get them closer to securing housing. I don't think I have to go into a whole thing about that. That's pretty self-explanatory. I think some people have already mentioned that multiple times. I urge the councillors and I urge the community members to vote against increasing this budget. They don't need more money. If any other service was as incompetent as this department is, they would be cut. Their budget would be eliminated. I mean, why would we encourage more? Why would we pay people to do a bad job? That doesn't make any sense. But we're doing that here with the police because I guess we've been conditioned that the police are automatically the good guys. But there's a lot of people who they victimize and they have hurt. And so we should be taking that money that they're proposing and putting into actual services like shelters and safe consumption sites, despite whatever the province does. It's about saving, if we want to save lives, because that is the legacy that I think councillors are going to be living with, is do you want to be remembered for, continuing this level of brutality, or do you want to actually be remembered for improving people's lives, people who expect to be discarded and relegated to the sidelines? These are good people. They're not all criminals, and they're not all criminals. And most of them are not actually. And none of them are dangerous. I find it very tone deaf that we have people recognizing the faults of the police and then going ahead and proposing to increase the budget anyways. So I'm asking that the Police Budget Board does not increase the police budget, but also take money from the police board or budget and actually implement it into other social services that really do help people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Calla?
Great.
Thank you. Next deputant is Daniel Warner. Not here. After that, next deputant, Faisal Ibrahim. What? Good.
Good afternoon. So I'm here today as a concerned citizen to discuss the excesses of policing here in Toronto, the harm that it has and continues to cause, and to recommend against rewarding and enabling the Toronto Police Service with any further budget increases. Specifically, I'll be speaking today to the harms caused by police criminalization and brutalization against activists and protesters. As someone who has loved ones who are directly affected by the ongoing genocide in Palestine, which has expanded into a regional terror and occupation campaign by the Zionist entity against the people of Lebanon and Syria, I am dismayed that police resources are deployed against people protesting this country's material and illegal complicity in this genocide and aggression. Through political cover, through selling F-35 fighter jet components to Israel and lying about it, through failing to impose any economic sanctions against an entity on a genocidal campaign throughout the Middle East. You would think, when Canada's own laws based on the Arms Trade Treaty are being violated, that law enforcement would be deployed to hold the violators accountable. Instead, TPS directs its energy to enable warmongering and genocide by implementing the racist Project Resolute program, which targets the pro-Palestinian movement and its activists. This is nothing more than politically motivated policing, and it happens under the cynically named Hate Crimes Unit, whose very name is used to misrepresent and smear a movement desperately fighting to end a genocide. I can relate to you experience after experience of criminalization and brutalization that I have personally witnessed and experienced myself. However, due to the time limit, I'm going to use my remaining time to tell you about just one incident that occurred on August 18 in Scarborough when TPS assaulted a group of peaceful, law-abiding protesters that included elderly women and children. Unbeknownst to us, within our small group of barely 50 protesters, there was one individual who TPS had flagged as someone who they wanted to arrest. apparently for an outstanding charge. I noticed a change in police formation that suggested they would soon charge the crowd, and their body language led me to notice the individual who they were targeting and their friends. I rapidly went to approach those folks and noticed community liaison police officers had just finished talking to them. Members of that group told me that they were told the person of interest would not be arrested on location, but would have 24 hours to turn themselves in. Minutes later, an army of police officers rushed the crowd anyway to arrest the person of interest, shocking the crowd and traumatizing individuals and causing at least one child to cry hysterically. This resulted in the arrest of an additional protester who is likely simply reacting to the unexpected violation of his space and his right to protest peacefully. I'll just conclude by saying that TPS is an irredeemable institution that abuses us, one that violates our rights time and time again for its own political ends and to protect war profiteers and other corrupt interests. It wastes human resources by deploying armies of militarized police units against peaceful protesters and by burdening the so-called justice system with bogus charges. Fixing this starts with ending budget increases for this wasteful institution and with reallocating resources to tackle the root causes of the myriad issues impacting our society. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Ibrahim? Thank you, sir. Next person is Megan White. I don't see Ms. White. If she comes in during the time frame, Adam Melanson.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Melanson, and I'm here to urge the Toronto Police Service Board to approve a 0% budget increase and demand efficiencies and accountability from the city's already large police budget. The appropriateness of a budget increase needs to be determined with due regard for whether the police are serving the public in the manner which they are supposed to. Last year, my wife was knocked to the ground by a Toronto police officer at a Human Rights Day protest for Palestine. When I attempted to intervene in what I perceived to be an assault on her, I was arrested. Although I did not resist arrest in any way, multiple officers used force, including a knee to neck restraint against me in a way that has now been well documented. I continue to live with the trauma and injuries I suffered as a result of this interaction. The police have not shown accountability to the public for their actions against me or for the widespread complaints about policing at Palestine solidarity protests over the last year. In the absence of transparency and accountability, how can we justify increasing their budget? My wife and I did nothing wrong, and I've been vindicated by all charges being withdrawn. People have a right to protest and a right to stand in solidarity with Palestine, and yet TPS continues to waste huge public resources into over-policing peaceful Toronto citizens exercising their freedoms of assembly and expression. Following my arrest, TPS put out a statement that an officer did not place a knee on my neck. Since the withdrawal of charges against me, TPS has continued to stand by their statement that an officer did not place a knee on my neck. How can TPS continue to maintain such a position given the ample bystander video, eyewitness accounts, and my own personal testimony that an officer used a knee to neck hold against me? If the police are being entrusted with over $1 billion of our money and now want more, we need to ask if they are being transparent in the communications with the public. In 2020, in the wake of George Floyd's murder at the hands of police, the organizing work of Black Lives Matter activists pushed former Police Chief Mark Saunders to publicly state that TPS does not use knee-on-neck holds. Over $1 billion cannot simply be handed over without transparency and accountability to those who are impacted every day. The failure of TPS to date to answer important questions adequately is reason enough to refrain from increasing their budget. Is the knee-to-neck restraint a prohibited technique, and what disciplinary measures are imposed on an officer who violates that training? TPS says the officer was internally cleared of any wrongdoing. How did they determine this? If an internal review was conducted, it must be shown to the public. TPS must not get another cent of public money if they cannot answer basic questions and ensure that officers are held accountable. Chief Demkiw, an officer placed a knee on my neck. What are you going to do about it?
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Melanson? Thank you. The next deputant is Missy May Ing. I believe Miss Ing is online. All right, apparently she's not. The next person is Gidi Maman.
Hello?
Yep, hello? Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
My name is Gidi Mammon. I'm an immigration lawyer by training. My family and I came from Morocco in 1965 when I was 3 years old. We left Morocco because of religious extremism. I'm now a lawyer serving all kinds of clients. After the war began on October 7th, I started a rally at Bathurst and Shepherd with two of my friends. Our community was in fear and was traumatized by the murder of 1,200 people and the kidnapping of over 200 citizens. I decided to start a rally at the corner of Bathurst and Shepherd, which is in my neck of the woods. It's only about a kilometer away from my home, in the hopes of inspiring my community and uniting my community and providing support for our hostages and the soldiers who were tasked with trying to recover them or their bodies. It was designed to speak to our community. It was not provocative in any way. And we send out peaceful messages to our own community. Since the beginning of the rally, we've had to have police and considerable police presence to make sure that violence didn't break out. And there are serious risks to our ralliers who are standing near the curb. One was assaulted, and when an 80-year-old man had a flag grabbed from him, and he ended up in hospital. With the exception of that incident, it was peaceful. In recent weeks, we've been joined by pro-Palestine forces at Bathurst and Shepherd, and the police presence went from maybe 30, 40, 50 police officers to, on average, 150 officers per week for a rally of 300 people. I'm not here to say whether or not that's overprotection or underprotection. What I do want to say is without them, there is no question that we would not have had 62 peaceful rallies. When the Queen came to Canada, I believe it was in 1982 or 83, to sign the Constitution, at that moment, although the document guarantees freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, that moment did not secure those rights for us. Those rights are secured for us only when those rights are enforced by the police. Now, the police have been very good to us. They've come in large numbers to make sure that we're safe. There were some judgment calls, thousands and thousands of judgment calls that the police had to make, and I agree with almost all of them. Of course, I don't agree with each and every one of them, but they're doing their best under a very hostile situation. We came to this country in 1965 so that we could have rights and we could be secure. The only ones who can do that are the police. If they cannot enforce the law and prevent hate crimes being committed against us, then we really don't have Charter of Rights. We don't. So I'm here to support the police. I cannot tell you what the right budget is, whether it's $1 billion or less or more. What I can tell you is that this is not a country where freedoms are enjoyed if we don't have a strong and effective police force. So that is what I am going to support. They may or may not make mistakes. Members of my community think that in certain situations, the other side gets preferable treatment over us. I take no position on that. All I know is that we could not have possibly have exercised our freedom of rights in our own community while speaking to our own community if it wasn't for the overwhelming support of the police that we enjoyed at Bathurst and Shepherd. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Maman? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for deputing today. Next individual, Samir Al-Nadi. Derek Moran. I don't see Derek. Avi Atali, online. All right.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. When you're ready, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I'm ready. So first of all, I would like to start by saying that I am totally in favor of adding money for the police budget. I would even say that it is probably not enough. I just had a new grandson about a month ago, and I'm very fearful for what his life is going to be in Toronto with what we've been experiencing in the past year. I heard from a few people here about studies. I wish I could live in a study and be on the beach every day in the sun. That would be marvelous. That would be great. The studies not really tell us what we've been experiencing in Toronto. I spoke to a person a couple of days ago. I think that you are not aware of the level of violence, both physical and psychological violence and abuse that the Jewish population has been under in the past year and a half. This person is an older person that went a few times to see doctors, and a couple of times the person answering them told them, we can only give you an appointment for October 7th, and smiled at them. You do not understand how that person felt when that was the answer that the person that's supposed to serve her is giving her. The person that's supposed to make her feel better is doing actually the opposite. We have all these pro-Palestinian terrorists and mobs in the streets that dare to come to this meeting and claim charter rights. Charter rights are for the people that are doing illegal, that are working legally. When you go on the Gardner and you stop the traffic, this is not protected by charter rights. When you go on the street and you pray, hundreds of people on the street, and this is not protected by charter right. When you assemble in Jewish neighborhoods in order to intimidate them, this is not charter rights. So when you wear a mask, just because you are so ashamed of what you're doing, there is no words for that. There is one problem that we don't understand, I think most of us, because our culture is so different from their culture, is that we need to listen to what they've been saying on the streets of the world, of London, Paris, Toronto, New York, and we need to listen to what they say, and we need to believe what they say. When they scream death to the West, they mean death to the West. It's not like what we talk about, which we don't understand this kind of culture. When they burn a Canadian flag, this is not protected charter rights. Something is wrong, and the police should be able to do their job more. And one last thing, because I know I'm over. In the past few weeks, some people in Bathurst and Shepherd on the pro-Palestinian side were shouting in Arabic, death to the Jews. I think that brings me to my last point, that the police should have also some people that understand languages in all of these situations, because screaming on the streets, death to the Jews, shouldn't be allowed in 2024 in Toronto, Canada. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Atali. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. And the next deputant is Ruby Laforêt.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead when you're ready, please, Ms. Laforêt.
Okay, hi, thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Ruby. I'm here on behalf of Progress Toronto. I reside in the Spadina and Fort York ward. My ask today is that the police board does not approve a budget increase and instead invest in vital services that support our communities. For the past few years, I've worked as an outreach worker and case manager in both Vancouver and Toronto. I've worked closely with unhoused people, many of them struggling with mental health and addictions. I've witnessed firsthand how these individuals continue to be stigmatized and thought of as less human by law enforcement and various health institutions. This stigma permeates throughout our systems and is shown through a lack of investment in vital services, including housing with mental health supports, substance use services, and shelters. Ultimately, when people living on the margins are consistently mistreated, their willingness to seek out services decreases. People begin to fall through the cracks, their struggles being viewed as a moral failure by the City of Toronto and our politicians. I want to share a story about a young woman I was working with in my time as an outreach worker. This particular individual was homeless and was also enrolled in beauty school. The funding she had received for school was soon to run out as she was forced to pay for hotels in the place of finding affordable housing. She'd been jumping from shelter to shelter, staying in shared and crowded rooms for short periods of time. Her mental health began to rapidly deteriorate. The waitlist to see a psych was months long. She'd actively been looking for work for months, but was struggling to continue her search and show up for interviews without a stable place to rest her head at night. If we look at the Housing First model, we know that it's very difficult for someone to progress with their goals if they do not have a safe place to call home. To make matters worse, my only offer to her was to assist her with a Toronto community housing application. The waitlist was and remains to be 13 years long. As someone who was hired to find people housing, I was feeling pretty defeated. I'm not able to share the outcome of her story, as she eventually stopped attending appointments, as many do when they realize how forcefully the system is working against them. Considering the limited amount of beds in our shelter system and the impending cold weather, we will be seeing more people on the streets trying to access resources in an overburdened system. Furthermore, considering the impending closure of 5 of Toronto's safe consumption sites, probably more, I'm concerned about the safety of those who are unhoused and using drugs. Now that many people will not have a safe place to use, many of them will be subject to using on the streets, leading to a higher chance of negative interactions with law officials. The police do not represent safety, peace, or comfort for the majority of those living on the streets. We simply do not need a larger police force or multiple squad cars attending to a singular incident. My ask is that the Toronto Police Board reconsider investing in more police services and instead increase accountability of their already extensive budget. I ask that this money be reinvested somewhere else, more specifically into vital services such as rapid mental health care, harm reduction services, dignified and affordable and supportive housing for those that need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laforêt. Any questions? Seeing none, the next deputant, thank you, Ms. Laforêt, is Leonard Pearl. Good afternoon, Mr. Pearl.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Len Pearl. I'm a proud father of 2 and a husband of an amazing wife. I'm also a graduate of Osgoode Law School many decades ago. I'm also a filmmaker, and I have a number of film credits as well. But I am here in another capacity. I'm a child of a Holocaust survivor. My mother, who's no longer with us today, she came to Canada and she was given a new life. The little child, that's the first photo of her after she was rescued after the Holocaust coming to Canada. The amount of anti-Semitism that the Jewish community is feeling has made it very dangerous and made it very frightful for myself and my family. What we are seeing in Toronto with a 670% increase of anti-Semitism is very scary. I am asking individuals to increase the budget for the important work that the police do every day. My mother taught me 2 important lessons that I hope will sink into many individuals here, no matter where you are in the political spectrum. I asked my mother what were the warning signs that a Holocaust was coming, and she replied, and it's very chilling today, when the world turns upside down, when the city you live in turns upside down, and when the non-Jewish community turns a blind eye, then it's time to leave. It's time to run. And we're seeing that today. What's preventing the Jewish community from getting up and leaving today is that thin blue line of the police officers. Anti-Semitism is a cancer, like any form of hate and racism, that when it explodes, it becomes a malignant cancer and it kills the country and the city where it explodes in. And I'm afraid that's where we're at today. And for those individuals that think it doesn't affect them, look throughout history. I implore you. When this happens, it destroys the city and the country that we're in. I'll sum it up quickly. Recently, the mayor attended a meeting about anti-Semitism, Mayor Chow, and she said, for me to stop hate, I need more funds. Those were her words. We have it on camera. I need more funds for the police service. I need more funds. Please listen to Mayor Chow and give this police what they need, which is more funds. And on the last note, I want to thank the police for making us feel as secure as we can. May you return safely to your families every evening, and God bless our police in Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. Pearl. Any questions? And our another deputant, Mr. George Ragakos. He's on. Can you hear me, sir, Mr. Ragakos?
Right. Sure, I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Go ahead when you're ready, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Pardon my camera here. Hello, everyone. My name is George Ragakos. I'm a resident of High Park, Parkdale. And for full disclosure, I'm also a moderator on a Facebook group called High Park Access for All. My reason for joining today is to provide some context. And my notes were going to be on a different level, but after listening to what I've heard today, I feel like I should comment on what I've been hearing. And for what it's worth, it might be worth hearing from somebody with a bird's eye view. I have no vested interest in anything that I've heard here today, other than from a citizen, if you will, from Toronto that's just watching. I'm here to support the increase in the budget. And what I've heard today, I know there was two gentlemen speaking earlier about the budget named Darren and William. I had no idea what was involved in a Toronto police budget and the work that they do. I think they did an excellent job at explaining where $1 billion goes. So I really don't understand the concept here of saying that there's a waste of money here, because it sounds like there's doing a lot. The stuff that I've been hearing today about protests, I think Darren and William both explained that because of the increase in the number of protests taking place in the city, they need more police officers. So ironically, I feel like everybody here protesting or coming here to say that they shouldn't have police officers at these protests, well, the more protests you have, the more police officers you need, because you've created a powder keg situation, right? And the more you get to protest, the more you're going to need. I've been watching here and talking about wondering what the definition of peaceful protest is, because I'm hearing a woman wanted to go in to protest inside a facility that was housing a Jewish presentation. That doesn't sound peaceful to me, right? That sounds very provocative. I'm seeing people in these protests covering their faces, yelling slogans that are basically anti-Semitic, and that doesn't sound peaceful to me either. I'm seeing Union Station being hijacked at times. That doesn't sound peaceful to me either. So the more you protest, folks, the more officers you're going to need. I'm going to go back to what I wanted to talk about, was how do we support these officers? With what I'm seeing here, one of the problems I'm seeing in the city is the policy of catch and release. And I don't know what the city can do to support our officers to try and make that change. Because I've got a situation here where I was talking to my brother the other day. He works in a mall at a big retail store where they have undercover cops that had caught some people with shoplifting. But 3 hours later, those same people came walking by the store and waved at them. So I'm just trying to find a way to say, hey, city, what can we do to help these officers out? We've got an increase in budget to get more officers, but I think when you have that kind of thing happening, the morale is affected, and we want to keep things going. We want them to do the right thing and capture these folks. Now, real quickly, with regards to Hyde Park, I only brought that up because I saw there was a deputation a few weeks ago about not using police resources at the park. And I live next to the park. I visit the park all the time, and I'm here to tell you we do need police resources in there. We recently had this past summer. We have cyclists going at 40 to 50 kilometers an hour in the park right now, ignoring every sign and speed limit being at 20 kilometers an hour. We've had a girl that was 2-year-old that was hit, that was basically a hit and run. The person left. There was another dog walker that was hit by a cyclist. We had one cyclist that actually tried to avoid somebody at a high speed and actually broke his hip and ended up dying in hospital. Ever since we made changes to that park has become dangerous. I've actually had people in sorry about that, guys. In my group, saying that they feel more danger, especially women at nighttime in the park because they
Mr.
don't have,
Regakis, your time is up. I gave you a little more like
Okay.
everyone else because I know this is an important issue, but thank you very much for all your statements. If you want to also supplement what you were trying to finish to say in writing, we're happy to have that as well as documentation of your deputation for the meeting. Any questions of Mr. Regakis? Thank you. I'd like to now acknowledge there were a number of written submissions as it related to item number 4 by Ron Sedran, Mary Throop, Amy Ringrose, Monica Malkus, Brenda McDougall, John Love, Audrey Loeb Ross, Patricia Shaw, Adam Poland, Nicole Corrado, Wendy Kovac, Alan Baker, and Peter Sepsky. At this point in time, now that we've had an opportunity to have the presentations and also hear from our deputants, before we go into having questions and comments on each section and whether or not we approve those particular items from 4.1 to 4.5, we've been at it over 3.5 hours. I propose a 10-minute break. And if we can return 10 minutes, that gives everybody just a few minutes. Apologize, I know people are waiting all day. Some of you deputed more than once, but we'll return promptly in 10 minutes. I don't need a motion, do I? Thank you. 10 minutes. Come back at 4:44. Thank you. Is appropriate. So firstly on section 4.1, which was the police budget presentation, and I suppose the questions can really be on any portion because it was, although it's divided, it was done as a whole. Can we start first with any questions? Member Brillinger, and should we get the team back up or?
Thank you, Chair. So on slide 19, the breakdown by service area, and I'm specifically interested in court services. So the slide indicates that the gross is 107, net is 60. What is included in the 107?
So through you, Chair, so the service-based budgeting slide takes not just the direct costs, which are like your court officers, training, but it also applies all of the corporate services, all the shared costs, and applies it. To look at what the direct cost for courts would be, it's closer to 70 million in terms of direct eligible costs that would be eligible to kind of do a provincial uploading.
Perfect.
Of which we get about 40 million of, 30, just shy of 40 million
So about
from
a
the
30
province right now. The
million.
gap's about 32 million for 2025.
And that's been an ongoing conversation.
Yeah, so we have raised, so the gap has grown over the years as the pie has changed because it's based on our eligible expenditures and more services coming in. So the gap hasn't always been 30.
So there's an inadequate budget
Yeah.
to which they're adding competition for the inadequate
Yes,
dollars.
and we have raised this informally through many channels that the whole formula needs to be revisited.
Thank you. I'm going to be recommending we raise it more formally today. And I'll wait for speaking to make my comments. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Councillor Chain.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just loading up my convene, the new technology that we are using here. One question I have is about technology. I know that, we've talked about the e-memo book. We've talked about the technology to track how officer hours are allocated, and we've been told that these are in process, and I think in some conversations we've heard that there isn't enough resources allocated, and so it's not as quickly as maybe I think for sure the board would like to see. So I'm just wondering, in this budget, what is the allocation to e-memo books and officer hour allocation tracking, and does it have sufficient investment to move us to be able to get to full implementation, or is there still going to be a stretch before we're able to see these come online?
So in the capital plan, we do have the records management project, which is ongoing. We've just completed build 2 of 4. And we're iteratively building and showing the service and rebuilding, and that includes the digital data entry for the frontline officers on their mobile phones. So that's more a question of not funding, but it's of the time it takes to implement such a large and complex system. I think of it less as digital notes as opposed to an integrated officer to court information flow. And trying to make that work and be seamless, as well as take labor and paperwork out of the system. In terms of the officer time measurement, we have some of the capabilities we need. I don't think at this stage we have a program or project around that because we are not defining what the measurement ought to be. And the pathway to that, from my perspective at least, is the product roadmaps, the service line roadmaps. So if we say, okay, we need to measure this about this program, this about this program, et cetera, then I can create the measurement tools, the pathway towards that measurement. Right now, I think my question back would be, what would you like me to measure the time by, and how is that broken down? And that's a sizable question, and the investment will be quite different depending on what the answer is. on how to approach how we carve up officer time or how we account for officer time. We have capabilities that exist now to do that, and they are in different elements in terms of payroll, in terms of time and labor, in terms of SWE codes, in terms of tactical or operational deployment.
I think that the board and by extension the public would like to know how many hours are officers doing paperwork, how many hours are they doing frontline response, how many hours are they doing training, and it's concerning to me to hear that the data framework still needs to be defined and nobody is defining that. And is that a staffing allocation that's missing because the technology is already there, or is it that it hasn't been included in a work plan? Because I think that in a budgeting process, that kind of data is really important.
So we can answer some of that. We certainly can answer how many hours our officers are spending in training, because our timesheets say when they're in training. Our timesheets will also tell you when they're off or when they're on duty. Our project codes will tell you when they're on Project Resolute or supporting FIFA, any big kind of corporate initiative. I think what the gap is that in that granular level reporting of, I spend 12 hours on the road, we know how many calls they've gone to, that we have. Maybe what we can't tell necessarily is on that call for those 90, 120 minutes, how much of that is public facing, how much of that is in the office or in the car doing paperwork. We probably don't know that split granularly. That doesn't mean we can't estimate it, but there's no automatic system that'll immediately say, okay, it says I'm at scene, but it won't tell you whether you're doing notes right now or you're interfacing with the victim or you're chasing, a bad person. So that's the level of granularity that we're talking about that we probably don't have. But some of the more global questions around how many calls they go to, how much time on call, how much training, that we can answer.
So could there be a moment in time study where for a week you track it randomly, maybe a week here, a week there, because maybe you're not going to get the granular for a whole year, but I think for several board meetings over the last 2 years now, we've asked when is the data going to, and the technology is there, we heard last meeting, so we just need a report as a starting point to then figure out what other kinds of data we need or how it could be further expanded. So it is concerning for me to hear that the parameters are unknown and therefore there isn't a plan, because I think this request has been outstanding for at least, yes, since the way forward, yeah.
So, yeah, and so I don't think that's a capital program, and I don't think that's, an individual line item in a budget. It is certainly something I think we take away as a command team to figure out, is it a study? Is it a 1 week ride along that says, let's start looking at what that activity-based sort of model looks like? The RMS may solve for some of that just because the data will be structured differently, but I think what you're looking for is almost like a time and motion kind of thing at a pretty granular level. And so I think my recommendation would be we take that offline. The budget doesn't need to solve for that. We just need to figure out.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out, is there a budget piece missing? And that is what's slowing it down, but maybe we can just clarify it offline. And further to that technology piece, I think there's somewhere in this presentation that says there's parts of the NG 911 that are still unfunded. And I'm wondering, comparing to other municipalities, because this is something that is being rolled out across the country. And so where are we in our timelines in comparison to other municipalities, maybe the larger cities, and how are we going to get to full implementation of NG 911 if a portion of it is yet to be funded?
So the NG 911 cutover is anticipated to happen at the end of January. The cutover is end of January. And so January 2025. And so what we're anticipating is after that, there will be a lull as other municipalities catch up. There are, I think, one or two municipalities that are ahead of us, but we were in the relative vanguard of services that are onboarding. There is a March 2025 deadline, but many services are not going to make that deadline, so that's going to stretch, and we'll have already achieved that cutover. So after which the CRTC has to set new deadlines and timelines for further rollouts, which are unlikely to be in 2025 or in this coming fiscal year. So we will be looking at capital budgets to do whatever milestones the CRTC sets, probably for 2026, 2027.
Thank you. My next question is about the staffing, and I'm just wondering what percentage of our frontline officers are eligible for retirement?
So we know that generally right now, 5% of all our officers are eligible for retirement. Where they retire from is sort of ebbs and flows depending on where they're at, but by and large, it's sort of equally set, and that will go up to about 20% of all officers in 2029. And then if you drill down below that, it's a higher proportion of staff sergeants and detective sergeants that are eligible right now, about 20%, and then that will jump to about 60% by 2029. And so that is why the multi-year hiring plan and making sure we keep kind of the pipeline going is so critical for us.
And how many years does it take to train a supervisor? So we have a lot, I think I read 25% are fairly new officers right now. How many years will it take them to be able to be supervisors?
So we just had a sergeant process, and the years, if we look at that eligibility list, you know, the most sort of junior officer probably had 9 years on, but the average was actually 15 to 18 years. So that's something we're probably have to take a hard look at as we start to think about the pipeline, but that's based on literally a process that just concluded.
And do you think that this stability that we're trying to establish with the multi-year hiring plan, it is going to position us for these windows that are coming up where so many people could retire en masse?
I mean, I think just having a hiring plan and having the predictability, we know that the hiring plan does already bake in replacement hires for anyone that leaves. The hiring plan also allows for a degree of growth beyond that, especially for the next 2 years. And, you know, that's not to say, though, that we as a command team and as a management team aren't going to look at the emerging trends and emerging demands and see what's growing, kind of maybe not quite at pace or growing faster than we expect. That doesn't mean there won't be service changes and reallocations, but at least the hiring plan that's in place guarantees replacement hires and some accommodation for growth.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Question, Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I think something that's missing, it will show probably better when we move into the city format of analyst notes, but one of the things I think is missing right now for the deputants is you know, the 3.9% here, in a way that is a target. I know the mayor sent out a target letter to everyone to say to get to 0%, but 3.9 didn't come out of nowhere. You really have a certain number of economic impacts. Apart from the contract, there was a cost of living increase. There were also new officers coming on. So you have an economic factor that would have raised the budget to a certain extent anyway, because we allowed that hiring last year. What do you have that bulk number at hand? What part of that 3.9%, that $46 million, is economically driven by the annualization of last year and the added officers?
So about 20 to 25 million is just annualized impacts of last year's hiring. 8 of that is the civilians, because we had 100 new positions last year. So 8 is just civilians, and then the balance is the uniform hiring. Add to that then the hiring we're doing this year, but that's actually not that big of a piece. It's only a few million.
Yeah.
It's the annualization of all of that. And so when you
Yes.
look at 46, about 25 of that actually is just annualized impacts. 5 of it is literally just IT contracts that that's not unique to Toronto Police. That's actually for all big clients are facing increases.
Yeah.
And then you have all of the statutory increases, CPP and OMERS for the hiring that you've done, and the equipment and the fit up for the hiring we've just done. And so that in a nutshell is effectively the budget. There's real no discretion. Everything, we made $50 million of cuts to the budget in order to accommodate.
I think is not being appreciated.
Yeah.
That it doesn't really jump off the page, but in fact, you could only get to 3.9
Yes.
by making those cuts.
Yes, we've made 50 million of cuts on many other things in order to accommodate stuff that we simply can't do without.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, it's no surprise that we're in support of the hiring plan because we've already adopted it. So given that, there's potential that maybe it's not possible right this very minute, but are we heading to a place where there is a potential? For instance, I was surprised that Mr. Sewell didn't mention it. He always mentions you have the power, you can play with your shift structure. And in fact, that hasn't been the case at such low levels. There isn't a lot of playing around you could do. People are working every hour God sends and then callbacks besides. But if we are moving to a better ratio, are we moving to a place where 2 years from now, 3 years from now, whatever, we could in fact look at some of that? Is there a way to find efficiency in shift structure? Does the savings start to kick in such that premium pay starts to get down to where it's really the additional time you spend on court and things like that, plus a little more, not twice that? Do we start to see those things if we stay the course?
So the shift schedules is actually something recently in the last couple of years we did adjust to accommodate for lower staffing levels.
Right.
We are looking at the communication center as well and trying to optimize that shift.
So some is possible, but
some
it's
is
not
possible.
bargaining unit driven.
Yeah,
It could
some is
be looked at.
absolutely.
Okay.
We are absolutely looking at court time, and we've already seen a year-over-year reduction in court.
Right.
And so we are looking at our practices to reduce reliance on premium pay. And then the other parallel work is around, what is the work you redirect, that you divert, you move online, you refer to 311, and constantly looking at that to minimize the demand on policing services. So there is a world where we're constantly finding that balance. I don't think we'll ever do away with premium pay, but certainly find a better balance is the goal.
Right. And to the technology pieces, there is the piece of tracking where officers are, but there's also coming down the pipe, and I'm sure you're probably seeing this at policing conferences. We've seen in the area of transportation, in the area of transit, people coming to us with technology that if we had provincial permission to use it, leads to using small language model AI. Some of the things that officers are going around, like block the box is a wonderful thing that we just started and everybody loves this, but how do you get the officer to where the box is currently being blocked? But you could actually have that being enforced by cameras kitted out with the updated technology. I mean, wildly updated. And you can even gear it to, if you don't want to be inundated in courts, you can gear it to, if you want to strap those cameras onto the side of a streetcar, you can start without a human being catching the people who drive right by a streetcar while the doors are open. And you can even program it to just pick up the ones who do it repeatedly. Like, that's coming. But am I right if I think that's coming? But A, we need lots of permissions from the province. We need to look at the safeguards. And then last but not least, you actually have to have the staff on tap to test it and know how to use it.
Yes, indeed. So what you're describing is envisioned in the traffic and parking roadmap. So we have to work with the city, who also is looking at the same kinds of technologies through the transportation division. And the synergies between those. The ALPR system is for parking enforcement and would do that, but you can also have intersection management, red light cameras, illegal turns, too close to pedestrian. And our belief is that the AIs are going to get better and better at detecting these kinds of violations. So absolutely, that's a path that's open to us and we'll be bringing before the board. In terms of near-term AI that we're looking at, it's more around speech to text, creating websites, translating websites. We believe that we're going to get the capability for the body-worn cameras to do real-time translation in the coming year. So those are the kinds of near-term wins that we're looking for. They're sort of low risk, high reward kind of use cases.
Right. And then last but not least, I don't know, are we dealing with all the operating budgets? So I can go into parking enforcement?
We'll have all the questions and then we can go back to comments, but please feel free to.
Okay, so sorry about that. So in the parking enforcement budget, you've got 60 more officers coming in, but then you've put in an increase of 60 officers, which I think is over and above retirements and separations.
No, it's really replacement hires. That's a notional number. We're already above strength on parking enforcement. We've been because it's a feeder pool. 2, it does generate 3 to 4x the revenue that it in terms of deployment. And so
that was my real question: is the revenue projection? Because I'm not up to date on this. We used to have a problem. We were kind of over projecting what the revenue was going to be. Is that sort of right size now?
We believe it is.
Increased revenue projected there. Is it based on experience of the last few years? Are we sort of on target?
Yeah, so we take direction from the city in terms of what they want to project, but in terms of the actual projection, it's about 20% higher for next year than it is for this year. And so we've calibrated the number of tags. We sort of know what's doable and what our history shows in terms of the ability to enforce. And so we work on that with the city, but the city does ultimately own the revenue projection.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I think those are my questions. Yeah.
All right. Any more questions? If not, I know Member Brillinger wanted to make a comment. No?
I have a question.
Okay.
Can you just explain the reversal of the special events cost recovery, the $10 million? It says it's been removed from the 2025 budget. Why is it being removed? Isn't it needed for city special events?
So I can't comment on why it's being removed. I think that reserve was meant for us as well as transportation services and a few other areas. It does represent a pressure, and so I've certainly flagged that premium pay is a risk because that's 10 million that we didn't add in our budget, and it was also taken away. I think when you look at the overall special events model, it probably needs to be looked at between the police and the city in terms of how special events happen, how much of it is on duty, how much of it is off duty, how much of it is paid duty. And so certainly we know that is a priority for the mayor as well in terms of looking at special events. But from an affordability and budget standpoint, I can only surmise that that's why the reserve was taken.
Any other comments or?
Comments, yeah. Go ahead.
Member Brillinger.
Thank you, Chair. So I do want to thank all of the deputants, although I do have to say that I am somewhat disappointed. I think it's fair game when deputants come and speak to us, either the board or the service, but I don't feel it's as productive when our deputants start to speak to each other in the process. That I have to admit was a bit disappointing. And the deputations really illustrate the very complex nature of policing in a city like the City of Toronto. So it gives me a deeper understanding of what colleagues on the other side of the table struggle with every day. So I appreciate that. I do agree with the deputants that we as a society are not doing what we need to be doing to support vulnerable people in our city. And I think we all know that, and that the service, like many other municipal agencies, is left with dealing with the results of that failure. I also agree with every fiber of my being that anti-Semitism is not something we will ever tolerate, nor homophobia, nor misogyny, nor Islamophobia, or any other form of discrimination. I do believe in police modernization and evolving our approach to community safety. But I also believe that that has to be done thoughtfully and with consideration. I don't believe there are any simple answers to many of the issues that were raised in the deputations. And a colleague of mine the other day reminded me of the notion that two truths can exist in the same space at the same time. I just wish that we as a society could relearn how to talk to each other instead of just talk at each other. Let's not fall into the trap that others around us perhaps are falling into. I'm going to support the budget. I will be voting in favor of the budget request. And at the same time, I'm going to double down on my commitment to see both the board and the service improve their accountability, improve their our collective accountability and responsibility to community, and to do what you all have been doing for a long time, is trying to push through the issues, gnarly and ugly as they sometimes are. I asked the question about court services because I must admit, I, as a board member and a citizen, find it a hard pill to swallow that we are using property tax funding to support a provincial program. I just don't think that's right. So I have a motion, Chair, that I would like to move with respect to that specific issue.
We'll just bring it up, Member Brillinger, if we could. I think he kind of spoke and advised what you know your sort of sentiments were beyond this. So you've made the motion. I will second the motion. Sorry? Oh. I'm sorry. I've been looking up at you folks in the Hollywood Squares, but that's the first time I've seen. Okay, please.
From this one, I have a potential professional conflict with the motion.
Does, yeah. That's true.
Okay. All right, maybe you can black out for a minute, and then we will take a vote on the motion. But you're just abstaining from voting, I take it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
System, I believe. Yeah.
All right, I've seconded the motion. All in favor?
Vote on it, then she can come back. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
The motion's been approved.
We're still doing comments?
I think we.
Yeah. Oh,
I thought. Oh, go ahead.
We were just voting on Mr. Brillinger's motion.
Yes, and were there any more
comments?
comments?
The budget yet? Oh, okay. Good. Okay. Well, not good. We'll all be happy when we have, but I just wanted to make some comments.
And I just want to make sure everyone's heard before, because with this specific agenda item, I have to go through it with each separate budget to approve.
Right.
So I just want to make sure, any more questions or comments?
I just want to comment. Yeah.
Please go ahead, Councillor Carroll.
I just wanted to comment similarly to Mr. Brillinger, because of the context of the deputations. I fully stand by the budget that's proposed. And I asked the questions I asked because I think what it took to balance the 3.9% is being wildly underappreciated. Ironically, if you compare it to last year, it's not being underappreciated by and large over at City Hall, because they know the pressure. They hear in their communities, many of the councillors, why is there not enough primary response squad cars driving around my neighborhood at night? Where'd they all go? They're really feeling it, particularly in the suburbs. They know that we need more coverage. They know councillors loves them some neighborhood community officers. We know they will walk that request on if we don't build it into this budget right up front. We know that. And so in order to fit those things into this budget, this chief and this CAO went a long way to say we need that officer coverage and we are going to find it on the other side. And they did in record time. I actually crossed my fingers as they walked out the door thinking they won't be able to pull this off. I know how hard they must have worked to get to that point. And so I think we have to acknowledge it, because the city CFO knew going in. He knew before October. He knew in the summer, looking at the early economic indicators and factors for each division, including TTC and police, what would have to be there, because it was not something that was absorbable. And so if you look at that, it was going to have to be somewhere around 3.9. And yet they have absorbed enough to get to that number. And that has to be acknowledged. It was what we needed. It is what we got here. There are some divisions back at the ranch that, because of those needs that deputants were talking about, we are having a very hard time getting there, because we would like to do both things. We would like to be able to do what we need to do on the policing side, but we would also like to be meeting all of our socioeconomic duties to boot. We would love to be able to do that. But I think what makes the police service such a sitting duck is this is a thing that we fund entirely. We should be getting help from the province, but by and large, we fund it. Whereas all those other things, all those places where we are struggling right now, in housing, in how we deal with vulnerable people on the street, in how we deal with drug treatment and harm reduction, they are all basically the redistribution of wealth. And property tax is not how you do it. It just isn't. How you do that is income tax. And that's why for here, we have to roll up our sleeves, we have to come up with a budget, and we have to do the best job we can do to provide the adequate and effective policing. But in those other things, in housing, and all of those things, you hear the mayor talk about them constantly. She is investing on both sides, and she is begging, imploring the other orders of the government to step up, because they're the ones with the right tax pot to do it with. And so we are at a place in time right now where we're seeing very courageous budgets on the city side, and we're seeing the budget on this side do its level best to balance the books and still respond to what is intense need on the streets right now. And I know there are experiences that don't work out the way people want. I know there are times when people question the actions. But we also see on a daily basis incredible compassion from police officers. They are dealing with things that they didn't sign up for, lo those many years ago whenever they entered the service. But needs are growing on the street. They are just as concerned. Any officer that I've spoken to is just as concerned with the idea that we're closing down harm reduction sites and doing it months, maybe even years before these fabled treatment hubs arrive. They're just as concerned as the rest of us. But this one is a budget that's ours in its entirety. And so there's a tendency to attack this. It should all come out of here and it should go there. Well, I suspect it should all come out of there, that Pink Palace, wherever that is, and that other building in Ottawa, That should be what's helping us on the other sides. And then we will do what is our municipal responsibility. We'll run a good police service. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, I think that's a good segue into, Councillor Carroll, would you like to make the motion to receive item 4.1, which is the Toronto Police Service budget request presentation?
Yes, with many thanks.
Thank you. And I second the motion. All in favor? Thank you. Moving to item 4.2, may I have a motion to approve the 2025 Toronto Police Service operating budget? Member Migliore, second by Councillor Carroll. All in favor? Councillor Chang, are you going to vote? Okay. All right. Thank you. It's approved. Item number 4.3 is, may I have a motion to approve the Toronto Police Service?
That was the comment I forgot. I forgot to mention that Division 41 is far too nice. It's gorgeous. For item 4.3, which is the Toronto Police Service 2025-2034 capital program request. And since Councillor Carroll, you make the motion because you love how beautiful I do love that building.
All right. And I'll second it. All in favor? Thank you. Item number 4.4 is the Toronto Police Parking Enforcement Unit 2025 operating budget request. May I have a motion to approve? Councillor Chang. May I have a seconder? Member Migliore. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, moving on to item 4.5, which is the approval of the Toronto Police Service Board 2025 operating budget request. May I have a motion to approve? I will make it. A seconder, Member Migliore. All in favor? All right. Okay. Thank you. And that completes item number 4.
Madam Chair, this is out of sync, but I also, having looked at the early drafts, because there's always so much focus on the service budget, similar to the comments I just made for the CAO and the chief, our board budget rolled up its sleeves too. I don't know if a lot of people know or saw the early proposal, but many thanks for that as well. We have to model, and I know that was hard. So thank you so much on the board budget.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. So at this point, moving on to item number 6, we have a deputation, and that's related to Chief Demkiw's report on the Calverley Painting and Decorating Limited for exterior and interior painting services. And I believe it's Mr. Langenfeld.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just got that much time away here from actually doing the same thing over and over again. I got to figure it out. Okay. Hopefully you can see this screen share here.
We can.
So okay, thanks. So on this, we're looking at 50 suppliers downloaded this RFQ, request for a quote. 2 people submitted bids, and one of those was disqualified for failure to provide pricing for the optional years. This is a 5-year or a 3-year contract with 2 one-year optional extensions. It also tells us, thankfully, the purchasing department went back to the 50 people that downloaded this and asked them why they didn't submit a bid, why 48 of them didn't. Unfortunately, only 2 of those responded, but they indicated that the problem was that they weren't willing to commit for 5 years. So out of 50 downloads, only 1 person was actually willing to commit for 5 years, so 1 corporation. And that's a problem here. So meanwhile, when we look over here at the next item, which I'll be talking about, for cargo pants, we see that we did a 2-year plus 2 1-year extensions for a total of a 4-year term on a contract. So we do 4-year contract quotes, no problem. But for some reason, we decided to do a 5-year quote on the painting job. Looking over your purchasing bylaw here, it indicates 19E that quotations may be canceled if solicitation failed to elicit competition or any qualified supplier, and in this case, the solicitation failed to elicit any competition. So your own bylaw, in fact, indicates that the proper course of action here is to cancel the RFQ and go out and requote this for less than 5 years would be the obvious reason. And let's be clear here, we're talking about $500,000 a year for painting. In the city of Toronto, we had one person willing to bid on it, and that's why it's $500,000. Who knows, maybe a 1-year quote on this might be $25,000. I know that's ridiculous, but it might be just a fraction of the cost. And so it is unreasonable for the board to essentially do a sole source bid on a $2.5 million 5-year contract. Looking over at the purpose of your purchasing bylaw, the whole purpose of it is to promote efficient use of funds, to protect the interests of the service, the board, the public, and the people in purchasing department, to maintain trust and confidence of the stewardship of public funds, and to promote procurement processes and decisions that are in compliance with legislation and best practices. And I would say that obviously when you put out a bid for an extra long time that everybody tells you that they're not interested in bidding for that long a period, there's a problem that you haven't followed best practices and you're not bidding or quoting this job properly. Meanwhile,
I think your time is up, Mr. Langenfeld. I gave you a little bit extra, like a minute or two, so at this point in time, I wonder if there's any questions of Mr. Langenfeld? Are there any comments anybody wishes to make? All right, item number 6, can I have a motion to approve, please? Member Migliardi, second by Councillor Carroll. All in favor? Moving on to item number 7. Mr. Langenfeld, maybe you can, make up some time, and in the next 3 minutes, if there's any additional comments you wanted to make on item number 6. So when you're ready to go, please let me know.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually just finishing my comments as you cut in there, so that was fine. I'm obviously disappointed that we have a $2.5 million 5-year painting contract with no competitive bids. Now, going back to this cargo pants, this 4-year contract, here the issue is that this is actually a 2-part contract. And part 1 is being recommended for the board to approve the contract. And part 2, it said that, it's under the $1 million threshold and therefore board approval is not required. And what's the difference between part 1 and part 2? Well, it's the difference between cargo pants and alternative cargo pants. So if you happen to have somebody that speaks on this from the service, I'd be really curious to find out what the actual difference is between cargo pants and alternative cargo pants. But this also brings up an issue of whether or not it makes sense that you allow a bid to be broken into 2 parts, half of it below a limit, half of it above a limit, and let one person authorize part of it but not the other part. So I think that's a question of whether or not there's a flaw in your purchasing bylaw. And looking at your purchasing bylaw here, section 3 of it says the bylaw shall be reviewed at least every 5 years, and the bylaw is dated May 2019. So in fact, it was due for review by May 2024. That might have happened. We still don't have an index of the minutes for me to actually look to see if this was ever dealt with. But I think it's pretty safe to say that it wasn't when you look at the definitions here and you see that the board is Toronto Police Services Board and that it refers to the Police Services Act. So clearly this hasn't been updated since April of this year anyways. So I'd like to suggest that you should be updating your bylaw and that should include some changes. And so you're not going to do that now. I hope you'll bring that forward next month's meeting and have it on the agenda, and then I'll be happy to make some suggestions as to what I think you should do to try and improve this. Meanwhile, on the cargo pants, I would love an answer on what the difference is between cargo pants and alternative cargo pants. Other than that, I don't have a problem with the actual bid itself. It's the bylaw issue. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Before we get into maybe an explanation that you asked for an answer, any questions of Mr. Langenfeld?
I'll bite. I have a question of staff. What is the difference between cargo pants and alternative cargo pants?
I was going to ask. It'd be answered.
I actually was stopped at a red light, and there was an officer in the intersection. I thought, I wonder if those are cargo pants or alternative cargo pants. I actually thought that.
I can answer that through you, Chair. We are trying to rationalize our uniform and be more consistent because as officers come on at different times, they've been issued different equipment. But the alternative it is a cargo pant. They're different manufacturers. Some have more stretch than others. Some have more pockets than others, and so that's really the difference between them.
But they're just basically different companies trying to meet the same.
Yeah, they're all tactical type pants.
Because you provide specs of it. It's got to be this. It's got to be warm. It's got to fit both men and women. That sort of stuff. Yeah. Okay.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the contract award to the Uniform Experts North America for cargo pants, not to be confused with alternative cargo pants?
So moved.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Carroll and seconded by Member Brillinger. All right, and all in favor. Moving on to item number 9, which is item 9.1 through 9.4. We do have the first deputation, which is Matthew. Do we have that individual? And so Mr. Langenfeld, it appears the first deputant on that matter, item number 9 on the budget variance reports. So please go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Budget variance here, and hopefully you're seeing the screen share. The first issue here is actually a personal pet peeve here for me. So you've got $3.3 million in favorable variance in relation, in part anyways, to vulnerable sector screenings. And it just so happens that at our church, I happen to be the guy who is currently responsible for hounding all the volunteers that work with the children in our kids ministry to update all their vulnerable sector checks. So I'm dealing with dozens and dozens of these with Toronto Police Service. And the problem is that right now, in fact, you've got an 8-week, as of yesterday it was 8 week in a day. Today it's 8 week exactly backlog in processing these. Meanwhile, we have volunteers from neighboring communities. They get them next day. So, and at the same time, because of the third party that the Toronto Police Service has chosen to contract with, there is no end of problems with the service that the third party service that offers this. I have to explain and walk people through how to do it constantly, and we've had a number of people who are actually stuck having to pay twice for this volunteer screening because they were locked out of the system and they just can't get back. And so I have a problem with that. Meanwhile, on to the actual big issues here on the budget variance. The $10 million in premium pay. And they explain that there's three items basically that tends to relate to court attendance, callbacks, and extended tours of duty in relation to Project Resolute and staffing things. However, Toronto Star just reported that, in fact, we're paying officers up to 4 hours of overtime for a 5-minute phone call because they haven't completed their disclosure information, and the Crown has to call them on their day off. And so we're paying people up to, according to the Star, $425 for a 5-minute phone call in that premium overtime. And that's, in fact, where some of that money goes. Unfortunately, the explanation isn't in the report as to how much money is going to that. I don't know if it's only $400 a year or if that's half of that $100 million. And of course, the police union's president says, oh, well, the solution is you need to hire more people. I would say that, in fact, the solution is that you need to be telling your staff that if they haven't completed their disclosures, they're not going back out onto the road. There's no sense in having them report to a call if, in fact, they're not doing the paperwork, and the courts are just going to turn loose whoever they arrested anyways. The issue here, we have judges tossing cases for slow video disclosure. Meanwhile, every month we get 1 or 2 Toronto Police videos, and I believe they put a bunch of them out on social media. So we have the staff available to do video work for promotional videos. We don't have the staff available, apparently, at Toronto Police to do police work in regards to videos. And that is a serious problem, that basically you're failing to do the policing while you do the PR work. And so that's the board's responsibility. It's a failure of you folks to ask the right questions, and I hope you'll step up and start asking those questions in future.
Thank you. Mr. Langenfeld, any questions? Any comments? May I have a motion to approve item number 9, 1 through 4, please? I'll make the motion. May I have a seconder? Member Brillinger, and all in favor. And moving on to item number 10, which is the board's response to recommendations from the jury in the inquest of Samia team, and the first deputy is Miguel.
Due to the shortening of time, I want to thank also the ASL interpreters for a great job. I hope we can do that at City Hall next week. So I was one of those activists that were actively protesting the murder of Sami Yating. It broke my heart as a parent of 3 children. Was enraged about the injustice that was happening at the time, and now looking at the future together for improvement so that these things don't happen again. The inquiry, I believe, talks to about governance. I have 2 important suggestions that I made at the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee of the City of Toronto last month, which is including a representation of the Indigenous community at this board. It is one of those empty seats that is not occupied by an Indigenous person in this board. It has to be addressed if we want to move and make justice for Sami Yating. We need to have more voices that represent the voices of the community. And also, as well, creating an anti-racist, anti-Indigenous racism strategy will go a long way. And I'm glad that those 2 recommendations are embedded on their working plan for 2025. I also mentioned to Mayor Olivia Chow on Tuesday that the Civic Appointments Committee, I have no idea why they don't include more voices to sit at this board, for instance. I tried in the last 14 years 5 times to apply, and every time I've been disqualified for A, B, C, or X reasons. The other recommendation I would like to make is in regards to emphasizing, hold on a second, where's my browser? It's about active bystandership for law enforcement, the ABLE project. I am a big supporter of this training for law enforcement officers because it will prevent misconduct, it will avoid police mistakes, and promote officer health and wellness. But above anything else, it will ensure that taxpayers are not held responsible for the damages done to individuals, like in the case of Sami Yatin. And I will conclude by saying that it's time for the police services to incorporate their own insurance program when things like this happen. So someone made a mistake, maybe everybody made a mistake, but taxpayers should not be responsible for paying the damages to these individuals. It should be the union, it should be through the association, whatever. But moving forward, this is the best answer I can give to Sami Yatin if I see him one day.
Thank you. And that's your comments on both 10 and 11? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's all.
Miguel. Any questions on either item 10 or 11 for Miguel? All right, so perhaps we'll go back and first of all, on item number 10, Nicole Corrado also provided again a written submission as it related to item number 10. So at this point, are there any comments? Member Brillinger?
Yeah, comment question. I was a bit confused, and it's both items 10 and 11, around the reference to recommendation 32. So that recommendation is about having a crisis worker embedded in the call center, if I've read it correctly.
Okay,
and so it's referring recommendation 32 to the chief. Kind of a done deal after September. So that's where I was a little bit confused between and it's referenced in both reports, but included in the recommendation, I think in item number 10. I'd be happy if there was some opportunity to relook at it, but just wanted to kind of understand how that was working.
So, I mean, the Toronto Police has implemented number 32, and in reference to we did the Gerstein pilot, and I know Staff Superintendent Belanger might speak further to the decision around moving that person out of our comms and kind of focusing more on the transition into the TCCS piece.
Yeah, the comment that I can add to that is there was a review done by CAMH and PSSP in relation to the Gerstein pilot. It produced a couple of challenges for us. One of those challenges was in relation to wanting people to make the right call. And by embedding the crisis worker in the 911 center, we were actually encouraging people to call 911 to access a crisis worker. So we're fully cognizant of the no wrong door philosophy, but that was one challenge that we identified. So in order to address that, in ending the pilot, we understood that there's still value in having somebody with access to a crisis worker, even when there is a police response. So we have a process now whereby if police are in fact required to attend the radio call, but the call taker has obtained all the information they need, they have the ability to transfer that call to EMS, who then have direct access to a crisis worker. So we have maintained the ability for a person to speak to a crisis worker while the police are en route to that radio call.
Thank you, and I do have all of that from the September meeting. I think my question is more around as I read recommendation 32, it wasn't about providing access to TCCS. It was about deepening the responsibility within 911 and providing added support. But as I say, I think the real question I'm raising, and it may not be a question for you, is that decision's already been made. That was made in September. I'm just wondering why we're still referring it to the chief for comment when the ship is already sailed. I mean, there's a different discussion about do I agree with that or not? And that's not really before us. But I'm just wondering why we're referring it again for consideration.
So I can speak to that through you, the Chair. What we're referring is not the recommendation, but MHAP's input on this. I should say MHAP's input was provided before September. We had this report mostly ready in advance, and we were waiting for the service to complete their response so we can bring them together. So there's a little bit of a crossed wires here, but the intent is to provide MHAP's input for the service to consider.
Okay, then perhaps what I could, I wouldn't change anything in the report, but I guess then it's back to the service to say, considering the comment from the advisory panel, is there anything worthy of further consideration? Just to leave it at that. Because you didn't have that at the time the September report came forward, is what I'm understanding.
So I think just in response to that, we did have the Yateem report in draft when the decision was made around the Gernstein Clinic. So it was taken on board as part of that decision. Correct?
Sorry, I just have to say that raises an issue for me because the board didn't have that when we were considering the report. So we do really need to work on the timing of things, because now I'm understanding that the input from one of our own advisory panels was not before us when we were considering the September report. So that's just a timing issue that I think we need to work on. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the board needs to, and maybe it's not even tonight, but needs to consider a resolution, because we are referring the comments of MHAP here, and in some cases that, you know, the board has fleshed out on behalf of us, board staff have fleshed out a response, and we're sending them all to the chief for consideration. But it looks like, taken together, we're still grappling with, okay, so we don't have Gerstein embedded in a comm center anymore, but we have our TCCS, we still have our MCIT, and I'm still not clear for each incident, who has jurisdiction when, how is that decision made? MHAP is suggesting that even if police are on the scene, if someone says, I want someone else here, they should have one. And it's not clear, and that was a big topic of the inquest. You know, was he asking, or any family member asking, I need somebody here, he's clearly in crisis. But the presence of a weapon changed all the decision making. And I'm wondering if we want to at least report back on, you know, have the chief take all of this away and consider it, but at some point generate a report that shows us state of the nation. This is the state of the nation. We now have this alternative service delivery model, and the police has two models. It's either a primary response unit or an MCIT. So what's the decision making between the three? Are we at the happy place, and that's that's our policy going forward, or is it still evolving? So I'm wondering if at some point the board wants to request a report. Maybe it's part of our strat plan work later in the year, but to flag for the service that we're still grappling and trying to understand what that is so we can represent it in the community. And I think we need a report that shows us what's the protocol you're following to decide between those models now. Yeah.
I think I see some heads shaking that at some point we will get an update, and I guess right now the pilot is over, but there's other alternatives there being evaluated, and the process is kind of fluid. And obviously, as with Gerstein, data was collected. I suspect data is going to be collected in terms of response, especially to these to calls where people are in crisis and how they're handled. So I don't want to speak for you, Staff Superintendent Skinner, but is that something you could undertake to report back to us at some point in time?
Yeah, and okay. Yeah, through the chair, just to add, and it might answer the question already, and I think it was included in September's board report, that Gerstein was started as a result of this recommendation, and then evaluated by an independent evaluator to see, after 3 years of the pilot, whether, because TCCS is now embedded, because it's citywide, because we have access to 211 and have been doing all this work to be able to send calls, it was more effective to put all of our attention to assisting and working with TCCS and doing those kind of protocols for communication. So I think that's all included within September's board report about why recommendation 32, or the Gerstein pilot, was ended.
So can I just ask a question then? So going forward then, okay, and I'm going to go back and reread that because it's kind of out of sync here. But because MHAP has put their thinking into this report now, do we have a plan that going forward then? Are we planning on an annual report or a State of the Nation report? How is it going? Having the multiple models. Could we anticipate like later in 2025? Because if we think about, if we were waiting till Q2 or 3, then we're looking at past 12 months of TCCS being citywide. Maybe that's a time to just take a quick check in.
Yeah, what I can add to that, Councillor, is that our work on mental health is going to continue to be evolving and ongoing, and we're in the early stages of it now, but we're looking towards creating our next mental health and addiction strategy. So we've already started those discussions, and that's certainly something that we're going to be bringing to MHAP, and I think it's going to create a roadmap for the future in terms of where the service wants to go in relation to call diversion and other mental health related initiatives. So there certainly will be more to come on all this.
Yeah, we can, sorry, through you, Chair, I was going to say we can commit to a presentation based on what you're looking for with respect to what is the path and how we're utilizing our resources. You'll know as well, we have our core, our Toronto Public Health partnership downtown as well, so we can certainly commit to putting something together to present to the board.
But maybe that next step with MHAP, so then when you come back to us, it will include their input.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Unless there's any more questions, I'll first ask for a motion to approve item number 10, please. Member Brillinger, seconded by Member Migliore, all in favor. And then moving on to item number 11, also Ms. Corrado provided a written submission. May I have a motion to approve?
Ask for questions or comments on item.
Right. I thought, well, because the deputation was on both, but if anybody has any further comments or questions?
Yeah.
No, but the deputation was identified for number 11.
What happened was Miguel came up and said, I would like to talk on both of them at the same time. And it's a written submission only.
No, it's
No, you're looking at the wrong one. That's item number 12. We're still on item number 11. Well, it's not on my copy.
She's on
All right.
virtual as well for.
All right, well, please go ahead. I don't have the update. I saw her a few minutes ago. Yeah, but it says on mine written submission. All right, well, perhaps if
Sorry,
she-
Chair, I just saw it in the agenda.
No,
I'm
and
happy to
mine
move.
wasn't up to date, I guess, and.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we
there she
can, Ms. Corrado.
It says okay, thank you. What I was going to say is that I'm on the autism spectrum and have sometimes, had negative encounters with police. A couple of things. The problem with the 211 system is that it puts you through, wait lists and you have the music and, you have to wait for somebody to answer, whereas if you call 911, you get an answer right away. The other thing is, I think that the police should actually be carrying, say, sensory kits. For example, sending a team's behavior, while completely inappropriate, could have easily been resolved by giving him a blanket and giving him bus-appropriate fidget items. The other thing I was going to say is that even though he had a knife, I think there could be training for a non-police agency to be able to handle a potentially dangerous patient, because they can, firefighters put themselves at risk all the time with fire. There are people who voluntarily will put themselves at risk. These people in crisis are not volunteering to put themselves at risk. They're not consenting. A first responder is consenting to the risk. When you face a person with a gun, person in crisis, you're taking away that person's consent. Obviously you have to protect the other people around them, but there are much more humane ways to do it. Certainly, police presence is very frightening, very dysregulating, whereas having somebody who can calmly dialogue with someone, that's going to be a lot more reassuring and neuroaffirming. Did you get all that?
We did, Ms. Corrado. It's reverberating a bit, and you have about a minute left. Are you finished deputing on item number 11?
Well, I was just going to say that's pretty much what I was saying. Did you hear what I was saying?
We did. Thank you very much. We did get that.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Corrado. Is any questions for Ms. Corrado, or any comments?
I just want to comment that I hope we're listening to Nicole, because I still, well, there's two that stand out for me: the Sammy Yatin case and what's his name, Michael Elligon, that still to me ring out, where you have an armed person in crisis. We have to get to the point, especially I would think that we can with technology. That officer needs the expert in dealing with persons in crisis. They need them there to advise, and I don't know that, I think we stop short of allowing them to be on the scene because of the weapon, but we have to get to the point where that is possible. These are really, really complex cases, and sometimes it's not even can they intervene and deal with the victim, could they be advising the officer as he's going through it? And I know that sometimes the time is the factor, but I just want the conversation to go to the same place that Nicole just described. We've got to get there.
And Member Brillinger, previously you did have a motion for item number 11. Are you happy with you're still going to do that? Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I didn't forget.
Yes, so if we could bring up the motion, and thank you, Diana. I picked up on the comment in the report about, or from the advisory panel, about Ministry of Health funding crisis services. So I would like to move that the board requests the Ministry of Health fund the development of continued operations, such as crisis service to address mental health issues. This also connects back to the budget discussion and a lot of the deputations and issues raised in the deputations, that we have to do a better job collectively. So that's the basis of the recommendation.
All right, I'll second the motion. All in favor? Right, the motion's been approved. Are there any more questions or comments? Otherwise, I'll ask for a motion to approve item number 11. Member Brilliger, I'll second the motion. Item number 11 is complete. Item number 12 is the response to the jury recommendations of the coroner's inquest into the death of Robert John Morfitt. And Ms. Corrado, are you still online? Ms. Corrado also submitted a written submission.
More or less the same thing. More or less the same thing, that I think that the police need to be working on nonviolent intervention. That because currently the way it is designed, the use of force model is essentially a pest control model. It's very similar to integrated pest management, whereas it would be better if they had more of a rehabilitation and support services model where they're helping people rather than just seeing them as pests.
Oh, pets. All right. Ms. Corrado, did that finish what you said on this particular item? And I guess you said also incorporating your comments from both 10 and 11. Is there anything else you want to say?
So is this item, what's this item again? Is
Number 12, Number 12, Ms. Corrado, and you have, was there anything else you'd like to finish saying on item number 12?
So what about, which case was this again? Because I forget which case this was.
It was Robert John Morfitt, that inquest.
That's what I was saying, is that essentially the police services model, the use of force model is essentially integrated pest management. If you look at pest control websites and you look at the use of force model, it's basically kind of more or less the same thing. I would prefer the police to switch their mindset from a use of force model to a model that supports people and is more of a social services and model that would be looking at helping people to serve and protect rather than clean the scum off the streets kind of idea. That's all I was going to say.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Corrado. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve item number 12?
Not on that item.
No, I know you're on the next item, and we'll make sure we get back to you, Ms. Corrado. I'll make a motion and for item number 12, seconded by Member Migliori. And moving on to the last item, Chief's Administrative Investigation Reports. The first deputant is David Shelnut. Is council on the line?
Hey there. Can I proceed?
Yes, please proceed. Can you hear us, Mr. Shelnut? Okay.
I can. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Please proceed when you're ready.
On July 17th, 2020, Mr. Walker, a young black man, was in distress at his apartment building and was apprehended by several TPS officers. During the interaction, he was struck in the face and sustained a broken jaw. An officer was injured and Mr. Walker accused of that injury. After being taken to the police station, he was still in distress and was tasered in a cell extraction. Mr. Walker wasn't given adequate medical attention. He removed the taser prongs himself from his body after being transferred to the detention center, and later had emergency surgery due to an infected jaw that wasn't addressed. Ultimately, the charges were stayed. Thereafter, Mr. Walker's mother initiated an OIPRD investigation, and OIPRD referred it to TPS. TPS, upon reviewing the complaint, rightfully determined that given the serious injuries, the SIU should be involved. Detective Michelle Campisi communicated to us in June 2023 that in light of this information pursuant to the PSA, the OIPR director determined that the investigation be paused pending the SIU investigation. The SIU took the investigation in June 2023. While investigating this, Mr. Walker's mother continued to get, continued to get emails from the TPS OIPRD stating that the investigation was ongoing. They even tried to call and speak to Mr. Walker in 2024. Pursuant to Section 28 of the SIU Act, no member of the Toronto Police Services can speak about the incident while the SIU investigation is ongoing. However, before the conclusion of the SIU investigation, my client's mom received a 65-page investigation report completed by TPS Detective Campisi. While the SIU investigation was ongoing, TPS interviewed 13 TPS officers and completed a report vindicating all including Constable Arakaza. The Walkers were never interviewed. A month later, the SIU found grounds to believe that Constable Arakaza did commit a criminal offense in connection with the arrest. The chief's report on this incident doesn't address this. It doesn't acknowledge that the internal investigation was performed contrary to the SIU Act and does not acknowledge the failure to involve the injured party. This case deserves a thorough review. How the TPS handled it deserves a review. It again demonstrates the incredible issues around police accountability that plague TPS. Until this civil service is accountable to the people of Toronto, further budget increases like we've seen here are completely inappropriate. There's a civil claim ongoing, and I recognize that poses some barriers, but I'd be happy to speak to anyone about this and the professional standards path that was followed here.
Thank you, Mr. Shona. Just give me a moment.
Mr. Shallot, maybe I can provide some insight to this. I think what you're referring to is the Chief's Section 11 report, which deals with misconduct under the Police Services Act. The service did not conduct a criminal investigation. That's what the SIU did. So the scope of the investigations were different. So it wasn't duplicitous or in contravention of the Act.
No, totally understand that, and thank you. What I mean is that while the SIU Act investigation was ongoing, there wasn't supposed to be another investigation happening, the OIPRD investigation, but it went on simultaneously and somehow vindicated misconduct or didn't find misconduct against any officers, and then issued a report 3 months later. The SIU was like, oh wow, there's enough grounds to lay charges.
No, I get that, and again, it's confusing. It's confusing because one is a conduct investigation on the Police Service Act, the other is a criminal investigation. So sometimes there's overlap. There's two different processes, different mandates that are engaged here. And so while it might appear that one was done, at the same time or in conflict with the other, in fact they weren't. And the timing of how they came out, unfortunately, I don't have that before me to kind of have a look at it. But I take your word for it that it came out before. It's likely stuff that the SIU would have had access to consider for their criminal charge as well. But we are compelled to do a chief's investigation to determine if our policies, our conduct, our service policies, procedures, or the conduct of the officers in contravention of our service governance. And that's what the Section 11 does. if a complainant files a separate complaint through the OIPRD, which is their right to do, addressing a whole host of things. I don't know what the nature of the complaint was. The OIPRD can engage themselves, as you know, to do an investigation. So there could be three sort of processes going on, and there are actually three separate and apart investigations.
Thanks for that. I view the SIU Act in a certain way, and the lawyers for the City of Toronto did as well. I'd be happy to talk offline about it.
I was going to ask that if that's something.
Be happy to do that.
Council, I know you're looking for some further conversation, so if you're happy to take offline, you can.
I'd be happy to speak with you anytime, Mr. Shelnut. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? The next deputant is Chris Langenfeld. Mr. Langenfeld.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just trying to get my screen ready to share here. Sorry. Okay, hopefully you can see this now. Okay, so on the Chief's report here, the first one, the injury report, which I believe is the one that Mr. Shelnut was just discussing, it boggles the mind, frankly, from a member of the public's point of view. I think that you can have a situation where the SIU considers there's grounds to lay a criminal charge, and the police service doesn't think that any of their policies or procedures were violated. To me, that is, and then going ahead, that there's a problem with the police procedures, that they don't cover all the things that the law automatically makes illegal. The other issue with this particular report is that because the SIU director filed criminal charges, the Act says he's not allowed to actually disclose any of the facts. And despite the fact that the Crown dismissed the case, that doesn't change the fact I've just gotten an email from him earlier today that, or his office anyways, his counsel, that they refuse to disclose any facts. So here we have a situation where the SIU thought it was an officer committed a crime. All the information is secret. There will be no trial. The Crown turned the guy loose, and the police department says he didn't do anything wrong, and we're all for him doing it again. So that makes me very nervous. On the next item here, this is an issue where a booking sergeant knew about an injury and failed to report it, and that in that case that was found to be misconduct. And yet, when we go back to this first item here with Mr. Arakaz, it was a July 2020 incident that the SIU didn't get reported until June 2023. So how is a almost 3-year delay not, again, somebody having committed misconduct and not informed the SIU? We don't know, because we have no idea about any of the facts of what actually happened here, but that raises just more questions. So now on to the last item here, and I apologize that it's difficult to get it to scroll, but this is a situation, a guy possibly on drugs, paranoid delusions. He's with his dad, May 2nd, 2024. 9:06, dad calls 911 and asks for an ambulance. 9:13, the third officer arrives on the scene. 9:16, the guy's in the ambulance and with police officers and complaining that everybody's disturbing him. The 9:20, one of the officers gets into the rear of the ambulance, and the guy's screaming about there being a problem. There's also the subject officer in there. 9:22, they're holding down his legs. 9:36, the paramedic leaves and one of the officers stays in there. And then shortly after, the guy's reported dead. So here we have, or vital signs absent. It ends up being a while later that he's actually at the hospital and dead. So from 9:06 when the call went out, 9:12 when the officers first arrived, it's an 8-minute drive to either of two hospitals from where that location happened. They waited around for 20 minutes. While three of your officers at times were in the ambulance with the guy and kicked out the paramedic. It just boggles the mind how really it seems like if the police hadn't have been there, this guy would have at least gotten to the hospital and probably been alive at the time. Whether or not he would have still died, who knows? And then this is a report from August 2024. As of this report, they say they still don't know what the cause of death was. It's 3.5 months later. Have we even found out why he died? And is there maybe some other issues? But this whole scenario just raises question after question here. And I think some of these things, there really needs to be somebody independent, and it isn't the SIU, because personally I don't have any faith in them, nor the OIPRD/LECA, nor the police officers that, because of course both the OIPRD and SIU are primarily staffed or largely staffed by ex-police officers.
Mr. Langenfeld, I'm going to cut you off because I gave you almost 3 more minutes. So, and maybe you did ask a question as to whether or not if there was ever any indication of what caused the death. So maybe that can be answered for you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. There's we're still waiting for the toxicology on that one. And Mr. Langenfeld had a couple of comments here. The first one, again, the process for misconduct, the investigation is different than a criminal investigation. The SIU charge, had the officer been convicted, there would be a subsequent Police Services Act charge for being convicted of a criminal offense. So there is overlap, and it is confusing, and I can understand, what he's saying and why he thinks that it may be like it is convoluted, and so it's a process that even people who work in the area sometimes find it hard to understand. But these are independent investigations. Their scope, the evidence that constitutes the misconduct for both processes are different. And they are separate and apart. That's right. And so the one where he says that there was a year later, when that complainant left our custody, didn't have those injuries, his mother reported later to the OIPRD a year later, and that's when the investigation was started. So it was not a delay on our part. As soon as we were notified of a potential in-custody injury, we started the process.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Langenfeld as it related to his deputation? Okay, thank you. And the next deputant is Nicole Corrado, who also provided a written submission. Ms. Corrado, you wanted to speak on item number 13?
What was it? My turn yet?
Yeah, it is your turn, and it's item number 13, which are the chief's administrative investigation reports.
I was going to piggyback on what Mr. Langenfeld was saying. I have a hypothesis about what might have killed the man. It sounds a lot like he might have had a seizure, because I noticed I'm autistic, but I also sometimes, when I've gotten dysregulated, there was a very similar situation, actually 2 similar incidents to what happened with that man that happened to me recently. And one, I got, had a neurological event because there was a lot of flashing lights. And I noticed one that, and I was brought to hospital. The police initially saw me, but they got an ambulance right away. When I was brought to hospital, I was seen right away, because anything neurological is triaged to the top. So, but the point is, and then another incident where police, where I got upset, police came and they brought me to the hospital, but with police staying in the ambulance, it just, I waited at a hospital and then was just sent for a few hours and was sent home. And one of the things is I noticed that the police cars, their flashing lights are a much faster flicker rate than any of the flashing lights on other first responder vehicles. And they're at such a fast rate that they can trigger seizures. So one of the things that should be added to the procedural for persons in crisis should be that they immediately either slow down the lights or turn them off entirely, because these lights are killing people. The other item I was going to talk about was that, and no, police absolutely did not need to be dealing with that man. They needed to direct him off the road, but they did not need to be in the ambulance. Once he was in the ambulance, police, they really did not need to be there. He wasn't actually breaking any laws. He was just dysregulated. But the other case I was going to talk about was about a man who had a dog, and Chief Demkiw's comments about the dog being a pit bull and Dorothy comments about the dog being a pit bull were just completely uncalled for and really insensitive. That case turned into a person in crisis case. The man became suicidal, and the guy was really upset because he was so worried that his dog would not be able to have a home. And he was so worried that he'd lose his home. The police need to be working with an agency to be able to and talk to people when
Ms. Corrado, can you hear us? Because you've dropped off. She had about 20 seconds. All right. Ms. Corrado, was there anything further? Believe she muted herself. Yeah.
Might be in a building with no signal. She was on her way to the church. She put in the chat from the bus.
Okay. All right. Well, comes back on or is able to finish her last, I think she had maybe 20, 30 seconds. Were there any questions as it related so far to Ms. Corrado's comments and her deputation? All right. Any either comments or questions as it relates to these reports as a whole? All right. May I therefore have a motion to receive item 13, 1 through 9, please? Councillor Chang, I'll second the motion. All in favor? I think Nicole's phone is. All right, and
Get all try again. To continue in English, press 1.
We can.
She just asked if we got all that.
I think we did. We might have had 20 seconds. She's in an underground that we missed. We're good? And there was a written deputation as well, just so she did have the ability to complete all her thoughts as it related to item number 13. Before I have a motion to adjourn, I just want to, I thank the chief, I thank, the command team, thank the budget team, but I just want to extend a happy holiday season to all of you. I want to wish everybody and your families to experience peace, joy, and happiness, but also health, because I think that's really important. I also really want to thank the rank and file, and that's everybody from civilian, uniform, special constables, auxiliary, parking control. I'm very privileged to be the chair of this board, and I'd like to thank the TPS for keeping us safe. So the next meeting is January 14th, 2025. May I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Chang and second by Councillor Carroll. All right. And the meeting's complete.